Test, test, test.
All right, colleagues, I think we're going to get started. Thank you for your patience. We're calling the meeting to order at 6:37. And before we begin, I'd like to invite a council colleague to read the land acknowledgement. Who would like to do that? Councillor Strachian.
The municipality of North Grenville acknowledges that the municipality operates on the territory of the Anishinaabe. We recognize all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples who now call North Grenville their home. We respect and support the need for cultivating a strong relationship, and we commit to Indigenous-informed decision-making to foster the path towards reconciliation.
Thank you. So before we proceed with the formal adoption of the agenda, just a few quick notes since our last meeting in late December. First, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge with sadness the passing of Robert Noseworthy. Many would have known Robert as a respected community leader and generous volunteer who contributed so much to North Grenville. So on behalf of council, I extend our sincere condolences to his family, friends, and all those who knew him. As we head into 2026, I'm looking forward to another year of good work together, and I'm so grateful for all the ways we share in building community. We had so many events in the lead up to the holidays and right after, including the Legion Levy, which many residents attended on the first day of 2026. And events like that and the work of groups like the Legion are so important to how we continue to foster social cohesion, among many other things. We'd also like to thank members of the Ferguson Forest Corporation and the Winter Trails Committee, as well as those on the campus who've worked really hard to build and create opportunities for outdoor recreation. The Riverside Park Outdoor Rink is open, as many might know, and we fielded a lot of questions about the Curry Park Skateway, which is being eagerly anticipated. Of course, some of our up and down winter weather has made it not quite optimal to open the skateway, but I know our Parks and Rec staff, and we have Tana Torch here this evening as our director, are closely watching conditions on the Rideau Canal. As I'm sure some of you know, we're creating a skateway on an open body of water, which is still active in the winter months. So we want to be absolutely confident that the conditions are safe in order to open up the Curry Park Skateway. In addition to that, we just want to also highlight that every Tuesday since late December, the North Grenville Community Forum, in partnership with stakeholders and colleagues, now is hosting a free community dinner from 4 to 7. We are actually able to host it in a municipal facility, the Armory, and we're really pleased to see the kind of turnout of all ages and stages of life, people coming together to break bread, share in a free community dinner. There's lots of donors in the mix who are helping to offset some of the costs. So we'd encourage anyone that's listening or reading or here this evening to check out the community dinner every Tuesday between 4 and 7. We want to thank all of the volunteers who've stepped up to make it such a special evening. So with that, I would like to note that we're changing the order of proceedings a little bit for this evening so that, of course, we hear from our delegations first. So I'll look for a mover and a seconder for the adoption of the agenda as amended. Council colleagues, mover and a seconder, thank you. Councillor Sullivan and Deputy Mayor, thank you. Any comments or questions in regards to the agenda? Not seeing any. Then we will call the vote. All in favor? Thank you. So with that, I'll look to council colleagues for any declarations of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. And of course, this is in regards to any perceived or real financial benefit or loss derived from tonight's discussions. Seeing no declarations, we'll move on. It's my pleasure to invite the Beth Donovan Hospice to come and speak to us about their capital campaign. To save them a little bit of time, I can see that we have Heather South Papazzi, Barb Tobin, Sue Walker, and some other key Right, welcome, Dr. Taney. I'm sorry, just say the name again? Right, Tanya Zeckham, Dr. Tanya Zeckham. Nice to see you again, doctor. All right, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Heather South Papazi, Capital Campaign Director for Beth Donovan Hospice. I'm joined tonight by our Executive Director, Sue Walker, Dr. Tanya Zeckham, and Barb Tobin. A lot of people hear the word hospice and think it means the final hours. In reality, hospice is a specialized end-of-life care that protects dignity and supports families. Pain and distress shouldn't be the price of being sick. Beth Donovan Hospice was founded by this community and has supported families across our region for nearly 30 years. Tonight, we're here to request a $500,000 municipal partnership to help make 2 residential hospice beds a reality. In Ontario, residential hospices run on a partnership model. Government funding covers part of the core clinical care, and the hospice raises the rest through community support, including capital costs. The result is barrier-free care. No one pays out of pocket for residential hospice care. I want to acknowledge the extraordinary people who work in our hospitals. What I'm about to share isn't criticism of staff. It is what happens when acute care is asked to carry end-of-life care. My father's final 2 months were in a hospital. When the focus shifted from treatment to end-of-life care, the hospital became the setting for the care that hospice is designed to provide. My family kept vigil in an acute care room. One night, we were told we might have to leave at shift change because the unit's plan had been based on a different clinical timeline. In other words, my father lived longer than expected, and the plan had to adjust. We asked to remain at his bedside, and in that moment, you realize how vulnerable families can feel when the hospital is the only setting available. At shift change, the new charge nurse came in to discuss the way forward. Pepe Tzakis, a familiar name to many people in Kemptville as a namesake of the former Pepe's Pizzeria downtown. In that moment, it felt like our community walked into the room. Recognizing her family, Pepe noticed a stubble on my father's face and asked for someone to shave him. She also checked on my mother and made sure she had something to eat. After that, the room settled, and my father died peacefully not long after. Moments like that aren't just nice. They are psychosocial support, care that protects a person's identity and sense of control at the end of life, because care should address the whole person and not just the illness. The kind of personal care hospice is designed to provide. However, in a busy acute care environment designed for rapid turnover and clinical acuity, it took connection and experience to make space for that kind of end-of-life patient-centered care. That experience is about a medical system built for acute care, not for end-of-life. There are 2 certainties in life, birth and death. We plan carefully for the beginning, and yet at the end, families are often forced to make major decisions under stress and without a clear setting built for that moment. Hospice exists for that other end of life. A residential hospice suite is a private home-like space where families can be together 24/7. Patient care will be delivered by the Rideau Palliative Care Team, a specialized team of doctors that includes our honorary chair, Dr. Tanya Zeckham, and around-the-clock nursing and on-call physicians to manage complex symptoms in the right settings. This is a place where a spouse can lie down beside their person when it is needed most, where children can sit on a couch watching cartoons, and where routines follow the patient, not the institution. This is interdisciplinary care designed around the patient and family support. What will a residential hospice mean for our local healthcare system, especially the Kemptville District Hospital? In Dr. Tanya Zeckham's words, as our community in North Grenville continues to grow and age, we've seen increasing pressures on our local healthcare system particularly those navigating end-of-life care. When hospital admission or hospice transfer is needed, the 60-kilometer distance to the nearest hospice creates a real hardship for grieving families. Many turn to Kemptville District Hospital to stay close, but with no designated palliative beds and ongoing overcrowding from complex health needs, it's challenging to offer the peaceful private spaces these patients deserve, despite our best efforts amid staffing and bed shortages. By funding 2 inpatient palliative care beds at Beth Donovan Hospice, we can directly support local families while alleviating strain on the hospital's medical surgical unit. This will free up beds, improve patient flow through the emergency department, and enhance overall care by reducing bottlenecks in our system. This initiative aligns with our shared community commitment to build a stronger, more compassionate North Grenville. Dr. Tanya Zeckham. Hospitals are designed for diagnosis, treatment, stabilization, and recovery. When the focus becomes end of life, the setting matters for families and the health system. Building 2 residential hospice beds is not insignificant. In system terms, it creates predictable capacity so acute care beds can remain available for acute needs. Ontario's Auditor General reported palliative care averages about $1,100 per day in acute care hospital bed, compared to about $460 per day in a hospice bed, costing more than double. That's the lever Council is being asked to help fund: local capacity that supports families and relieves pressures on the hospital at the same time. And we know the end-of-life experience shapes what families carry forward. In 2024, critical care medicine study by Wen and colleagues has linked peaceful, less supported deaths with worse long-term mental health outcomes for families. As you consider this partnership request, I want to connect it directly to the municipal's official plan review, which has stated that the plan will focus on managing growth and economic development to support the well-being of North Grenville's population. A residential hospice is exactly that kind of community infrastructure. The outcomes are measurable: fewer patients occupying acute beds for end-of-life care, improved patient flow through the hospital, and fewer families forced to travel out of community for hospice. That's the system logic behind this request.
We will be building these beds in our existing building at 1107 French Settlement Road. Plans are underway with Sheen Architect and engineers, and we hope to have those plans submitted to the municipality this month. The campaign structure is in place with our campaign cabinet. We are in the quiet phase right now of raising the 50% before we go public. Once the capital is secured, the construction phase, we are assured, will be short, 3 to 6 months. Our campaign goal is $3 million. 1.5 to 1.8 of that will be for construction, including an elevator, sprinkler system, relocation of offices to the basement, accessible shower, and the remainder will be for the first 2 years of operating costs and also the furnishing of rooms, which is not provided by the Ministry of Health. Once the 2 beds are open, KDH will reduce their ALC stays, and as Heather mentioned, the cost for a hospice bed of $460 per day versus $1,100 in a hospital. Currently, the Ministry of Health funds approximately 56% of the operating costs. The rest must be fundraised. Fewer families will be forced to leave our community in their hardest moments, and clients will get to choose where they spend their last days. In terms of accountability, the municipality will determine the length of this grant. We will report regularly to council on your request, and we will provide proof of spending documentation. So in closing, tonight we are asking the municipality to partner with Beth Donovan Hospice through a $500,000 grant to help build 2 residential hospice beds. Together we can make the beds a reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So at this stage, I will invite council colleagues to ask any questions or make any reflections that might be germane to the guests we have this evening. Colleagues, Deputy Mayor.
Sure. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thank you both for presenting your application for our consideration. Reflecting back, it was one of the happier delegations at Roma when we were, with the support of Steve Clark, we were able to secure those 2 hospice beds. It was a rare win in terms of our delegations to various ministries at Roma. We'll be there again at the end of the month. Obviously, we've all been touched by death and end-of-life challenges. And I think I speak for the rest of council, and we want to support in some way your fundraising campaign. I'm wondering, this is just a suggestion, I haven't discussed this with anyone, whether we could challenge the community by matching funds, say $4 for every dollar raised within the community. So in other words, capping it at 500,000 and challenging the community to come up with the rest of your $3 million fundraising campaign, which I understand you've got 2.4 million yet to raise. So
That's correct.
you know, we'd be more than happy to contribute 20% if the community could step up and contribute the rest. I say I would be very happy because they're hearing this for the first time. But thanks very, very much for following through. And I hope to see that goal raised, you know, as soon as possible. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Seeing no other hands, or Councillor Sullivan, you're okay?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too have, as a registered nurse, I've had the privileged presence to be present for both the beginning and the end of life. And I've had some experiences at Kemptville District Hospital, which were very good in terms of the early stages. But as Ms. Papazzi said, the time of death isn't always suitable to the organization and the workings around the hospital. And unfortunately, in both cases, my aunt and my brother-in-law passed away at a very busy time when the room was full of other patients. So we didn't even get the opportunity to be in a room alone, which was very unfortunate. So I agree that that acute care beds are not the place to spend the end of your life. And but I wonder why the Ministry of Health is not funding, like if you have no other option but to do palliative and hospice end of care in an acute care bed where they're paying $1,100, why aren't they paying anything towards the hospice bed, which is less than half the price operating?
That's a really good question, and I'd love to bring you with me the next time that we lobby provincial government.
I wear my RN pin proudly when I go to Roma or AMO. I am there telling them who I am. But
We do have a provincial body, Hospice Palliative Care Ontario, that does lobby the provincial government every year at budget time. They've got their submission in right now. And we make the case of how much more cost efficient it is and how much better it is for the actual client. And it falls on deaf ears. Hopefully one day it won't.
yeah, I hope. But certainly hospice beds, inpatient beds, so that families don't have to travel distances, especially some spouses don't drive or don't drive in the city and they're not used to driving in the city. And it's a sad situation and we absolutely need these beds. So I hear your plea.
Thank you for your
And
support.
thank you for what you're doing.
Anything else, colleagues? Certainly, I think we joined Beth Donovan back in 2020 when we were doing virtual delegations online. And I think our first conversation was with the former Minister of Health, Christine Elliott. And at that time, of course, the proposal was to co-locate the beds in Bayfield Manor. And certainly there seemed to be some energy and momentum to go in that direction. I certainly recognize that the Beth Donovan Hospice has had to pivot fairly quickly after a 5-year campaign that certainly council was heavily engaged in. So we appreciate your need to solidify some of those commitments in order to start the renovations. And as you can imagine, we have been among your best champions from the beginning. Just quickly, are you planning 2 or 3 beds? I know there was a conversation, and I'm not clear on the number of beds that are being built.
So we are approved for 2. We are actually converting the offices to 3. So we have, the extra room will serve as a family room if somebody wants to go and have a nap. But we're there and we're ready if we get approval for the 3rd bed. And it's cheaper to do the construction when you're doing it rather than go back and do it later.
Absolutely. And just when it comes to fundraising, of course, you've done some great fundraising over the years already with some fantastic events that I think are really cherished. In terms of supporting that ongoing operating, to your point, we fought hard to get operating for 2 beds, palliative care beds, in recognition that it's profoundly unfair to ask residents, particularly often elderly, spouses or other family members, to have to travel such long distances, often on 400 series highways, to be with their loved ones at such critical moments. So from obviously everyone's perspective, that needs to change. The operating funds that have been secured through the ministry, you said covered only 54%?
56. yes.
56. So just setting capital aside, how much more fundraising needs to be done in the community to sustain the hospice share for the operating of the beds?
It will be about $150,000 to $200,000 per year.
Okay. So what you're building into this campaign is a buffer for those first 2 years of operating.
Yes, plus furnishing the rooms.
Understood. Thank you. And I know we covered a bit of this ground, but just for the edification of my colleagues who haven't been privy to all the conversations, I know you have some early campaign commitments, and is that our understanding now that the remaining amount is 2.4 that you're seeking?
That is correct.
Great. That's wonderful to hear. And then finally, we hear about donor fatigue. Of course, this community rallied enthusiastically behind the CT scanner machine, which I think now exceeds 3,000 CT scans since it opened last spring. So it's wonderful to see the kind of mobilization that happened to bring that piece of equipment to life. What's your sense of the appetite and speed at which some of the remaining dollars can be raised, just given obviously things change. It's a fairly tumultuous time, some might argue, but I would also say we have an incredibly generous community. But what's your sense of the capacity and the commitment of the residents of North Grenville at this moment?
Well, given that we haven't gone public per se with the campaign, and the number of people that have come forward and committed already, I'm quite optimistic that we'll be able to reach that goal within the year.
And is that the ultimate intent, to have raised all the money within this calendar year?
No, these are commitments. People are making commitments over a period of 5 to 10 years, so.
So as long as you have commitments that are fairly solid, you're in a position to be able to proceed with the renovations.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Councillor Wilson.
Just quickly, yes, Mayor Peckford, you have zeroed in on some of the things, but I really want to commend this group. I have the pleasure and the honor of sitting with this group to try to help them raise money. I have no money to give, but I have time, and sometimes I do have a big mouth, and hopefully can get out there and let's get us some money and get behind Beth Donovan, because they are near and dear. Good luck.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Anything else, colleagues, at this stage? So this is simply a delegation, as we've discussed with Beth Donovan. We're right in the middle of the 2026 budget, so this will be taken into account in terms of how council would like to proceed. On a personal note, my mom also passed away at home under very difficult circumstances, owing in part to a lack of access to hospice care and actually a lack of understanding about how it could help serve her and her family. So I think, the more we talk about hospice, I know there's this assumption that it's sort of hard to anticipate, but I know that in the conversations that I've even had, just speaking about my personal journey, and we've all had them and we've heard some of the stories tonight, many people I think will be moved to support this facility and 24-hour palliative care. So to Councillor Wilson's points, once again, I think our community will rise to the occasion, and we do. We are certainly lockstep with you. And thank you for your presentation this evening.
Thank you.
So next, I would like to welcome Shelley Mitchell, Chair of the BIA, and her colleagues. Welcome, Ms. Mitchell. Thank you.
Nope, can
Thank you
hear
for
me?
coming.
Okay. Thanks. All right, so good evening, Mayor and Council, and thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. We thought we'd start with a bit of an overview of who we are and what we're doing. The Downtown Kemptville BIA is a volunteer-led, business-funded organization representing businesses in our historic downtown. We work through 4 pillars: marketing, advocacy, beautification, and events, all aimed at strengthening the economic vitality and sense of place of our downtown. Through marketing, we promote downtown as a destination. Advocacy gives businesses a voice with the municipality and other provincial and federal organizations. Beautification creates a welcoming environment, and events activate the space, drive foot traffic, and foster community connection. Downtown Kemptville is more than storefronts. It's a hub where residents gather, visitors explore, and cherished community events take place. We work closely with the municipality, local businesses, and organizations to keep it vibrant, welcoming, and resilient.
If we go to next slide, please. Perfect. Meet the team. Our dedicated board and leadership team are all local business owners and professionals committed to downtown success. We're supported by our council representative, Deputy Mayor John Barkley, who helps strengthen communication between the BIA and council. Our board includes Shelley Mitchell, Chair, Marianne Liang, Co-Chair, Sierra Jones-Martel, Treasurer, Brandy Gold, Secretary, Deb Wilson, Director, Amanda Liang, Director, and Nina Tachuk, Marketing Chair. I'm Talia Hurljak, Executive Director, overseeing operations, strategy, and partnerships. Together, we bring experience, local knowledge, and passion towards one goal: a strong, vibrant downtown for businesses and the community.
Next slide, please. So this past year, we've welcomed new businesses and delivered signature events like the Easter Bunny Hop, Creepy Kemptville, Old Town Christmas, the tree lighting, South Branch Serenade, and Busker Fest. We launched the Shop Local Summer campaign and improved wayfinding with new downtown and highway signage. Beautification projects included a poppy mural, sunflower garden, updates to the Rotary Park chair, the very famous chair, and Santa sled, built by the North Granville Men's Shed. Beyond downtown, we supported community events like golf tournaments and the curling championship, recognizing downtown's broader role in tourism and economic activity. We began the process of expanding our boundaries and received excellent support from the business community. These highlights reflect collaboration, volunteer leadership, and a shared commitment to a vibrant downtown.
So it's one thing to talk about projects and events, but sometimes words aren't enough. Thanks to a new video by Mikey Tachuk, we can show you what downtown Kemptville truly is: the people, energy, connection, and pride in our community. We invite you to watch and experience how our work translates into a vibrant, welcoming place that brings people together. So if you click on that picture. Is it not working? There's my tech skills for you. No? Okay. So if you go on YouTube, you don't have to do, oh, there we go. Ha, yay. It is.
It's worth playing. Let's see if we can activate sound. A number of us had the opportunity for a sneak peek just before it went live. It's
So we have over
Fabulous video.
32,000 views on it now. Yeah. So we're pretty excited about it.
We're just going to see if the clerk can activate sound. Does the clerk have any tech support in the building currently?
If we can't, it's okay.
So why don't we play it and you can just share with us some of the,
Okay.
Yeah, let's
sure.
do that.
Let's do that. Okay. So Shelly Mitchell was the one who did this voiceovers, but basically we just wanted to take you through and see the magic of the downtown core. So through the space alone, we see people fishing there and we see people connecting. We see during South Branch Serenade, people coming with their kayaks and listening to the music. We have Riverside Park where people come and swim and are really immersed in the community. This is Busker Fest. That was Old Town Christmas. We have beautiful business. That's my daughter Zoe in the rave. So we see people really come together and experience the downtown core. I just moved here 2 years ago, and I remember when my husband said the downtown Kemptville, and I actually laughed. I said, we can't have a downtown. We're not big enough. And I went there and I was like, this is magical. It's beautiful. It's where people come together to really feel that small town feel and magic. So super passionate about it. It is on YouTube. It's on Facebook. So if you have the opportunity to listen to it, please do. It really captures the heart of downtown Kemptville. So next slide, please. So our vision for downtown Kemptville centers on connection, connecting the community with downtown, businesses with each other, and businesses with the tools and resources that they need to succeed. Looking ahead, we aim to expand, attract new businesses, invest in beautification, and take a strategic approach to marketing and advocacy while keeping that authentic small town feel. We want newcomers to experience the magic of downtown and long-term residents to remember why they chose to live here.
So for 2026, we're in the midst of preparing our budget. We have created two scenarios, one reflecting our current footprint and one accounting for expansion. So this ensures we can move forward confidently regardless of the outcome. Both budgets focus on marketing, advocacy, beautification, and events, ensuring every dollar delivers value to the businesses and the community. This approach keeps us flexible, transparent, and prepared while supporting a vibrant downtown. Next slide, please. As a small organization, we must be strategic and efficient. We balance growth with preserving the small town feel. Expectation for events, beautification, and advocacy continue to grow, often without a corresponding increase in funding. So like many BIAs, we rely on volunteer leadership, requiring careful planning to avoid burnout while delivering meaningful results. Success also definitely depends on thoughtful solutions, strong partnerships, and collaboration with the municipality.
Continued success depends on a strong partnership with the municipality. Infrastructure, policy support, event collaboration, beautification, and long-term planning all play a critical role in keeping downtown vibrant. At this point, I'll invite Shelley to walk you through specific ways we're hoping the municipality can continue to support the downtown Kemptville BIA.
So as we head into budget season, we have some considerations we would love senior staff and council to consider from the BIA. So number one, we are asking that as the Kemptville Busker Fest celebrates its 5th year, that we continue to enhance the event and maintain its success, and we are requesting $20,000 for Busker Fest. Signage enhancements. So effective signage is key for promoting downtown identity and guiding visitors. As part of our planned boundary expansion, so this is with expansion, we would propose branded downtown Kemptville banners along Van Buren Street and connecting corridors. We're definitely interested in exploring environmentally friendly banners as well. We would like posts to be considered, similar to those on Prescott Street, for banners, flowers, and lights through those expanded areas. We understand that this is a large initiative and may need to be phased in over several years, but we feel it will be a really important priority to create a unified downtown look. Beautification and lighting. So we wanted to thank the municipality for the seasonal fountain this coming year and the holiday lights. I'm sure everybody can agree that the lights are extremely spectacular. Moving forward, we wanted to sort of grow with that idea, and we would be interested in exploring, to a smaller degree, year-round white lighting for downtown trees and streets to improve safety and ambiance. So some of the trees downtown might be able to have year-round white lighting, along with maybe one or two of the trees in Rotary Park. So it would sort of have two different purposes: one, a little bit of extra safety, and two, just enhanced visibility for downtown. Flowers and visual appeal. So building on the success of 2025, the flowers were as well phenomenal. We'd like flower enhancements extended to Clothier Street and throughout the expanded footprint, using flower pots or hanging baskets, whatever works, to unify the downtown. Number 5, maintenance and cleanliness. So we appreciate the improvements in street cleanliness and maintenance. And to build on this, we propose increased street and sidewalk cleaning along Prescott, Clothier, Reuben Crescent, and with expansion, Van Buren, Rideau, and Sanders Streets. And routine waterway maintenance, including brush removal and pressure washing of the dock. Our 6th request is street lighting improvements. So improving lighting along Reuben Street from Riverside Park to Prescott will enhance safety for residents, shoppers, and event goers, particularly during evening events and shorter days. So especially as we see a lot of increased pedestrian use of Rotary Park. Security cameras is our 7th request. So we recommend installing security cameras along Prescott Street and Clothier Street to enhance safety, deter vandalism, and support a welcoming downtown. And last, we're wondering if it's time to have something, to have a memorandum of understanding between the BIA and the municipality. So as we expand our footprint and programs, we request the municipality work with the BIA to develop an MOU outlining roles, responsibilities, and shared expectations, ensuring consistent communication and a strong long-term partnership. Together, these initiatives will enhance the beauty, safety, and vibrancy of downtown Kemptville, benefiting residents, businesses, and visitors. We appreciate your continued support, and we look forward to working with you to make these priorities a reality.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Just organizing a second chair.
That's okay.
We
Thank you.
appreciate our director's versatility, so that you could be at the table together. I apologize. I don't think we noticed there was only one chair, so
That's okay.
thank you for being nimble. Any other comments before I go to?
We were just going to say thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for taking the time to hear about our work. Downtown Kemptville is the heart of the community, where people gather, celebrate, and create memories. Many people chose North Grenville for its small town feel and sense of belonging. Our work preserves that magic, supports local businesses, and ensures downtown continues to thrive. With your partnership and support, we can keep downtown Kemptville vibrant, welcoming, and at the heart of the community for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'll look to council colleagues for any questions or comments. And of course, I know Deputy Mayor is very active with the BIA, as is Councillor Wilson to some extent. So we'll invite both of you to make any comments or share reflections before opening it up to the council table.
I think well, I have no questions since I'm very well familiar with the group. And I just like to say it's my privilege and pleasure to work with, I think, another great group of women in getting things done for the community. So all power to you. Very accomplished board, and I'm really proud of all the work that's been done over the last, say, 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, anything you want to share at this stage?
I should have declared a conflict of interest. No, we're not voting on anything
No.
tonight. But, as a past chair of the BIA, this group has taken it way above what I was capable of doing in those past years. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. But great job. Keep it up. Much success. I sit on the board as a business owner, not as a counselor. I want that to be clear. Okay? Great, thanks.
Other comments, council colleagues? Not seeing any? Okay, well, I want to commend both of you. I think you've done some excellent work, and we do agree that the efforts and the improvements and some of the progress that's been made over the last 2 or 3 years has really made its mark. I think the new lighting, and we thank you for approaching the municipality about expanding our lit Prescott Street, I think has been of such comfort and inspiration to so many. So I think we'd love to see those trees remain lit to some extent, as well as some of the lights along Prescott Street. What I've noticed is it has a safety element too, more people feeling comfortable. I have daughters who wouldn't necessarily normally walk that way home, but with the new lighting, they have a better sense of confidence. So I think there are some perhaps unexpected benefits from lighting up our downtown in that respect. And I think we were also really pleased to see the success of the flower pots, really a big difference from previous years. And I know that our CEO and relevant directors will be looking at how we can increase sort of maintenance schedules, given that this is a destination, and a destination worth taking, if you will, because there's so much to discover in the downtown. We've also seen some new businesses flourish in their various locations in the downtown, and that's so gratifying, because I think as a council, we've always understood that with the rapid commercial development on 43, that needs to be very intentionally counterbalanced with strategic investments, events like Busker Fest, among the many, many others that you offer, often in partnership, so that we can drive people to a place which is a little more unique and offers a really memorable experience. So I think, as you know, we really appreciate all of your hard work and dedication and your real commitment to be visible and active, and know that really great things are to come. And this is a very thoughtful list of items for our consideration, and your timing is perfect, as I think you know. So we'll certainly be taking a hard look at how we can accommodate as much as possible and really continue down the path of I think, heightening people's awareness and their willingness and want to spend time in our downtown. When we did our tourism strategy right in the middle of the pandemic, they really obviously noted that we have these beautiful hamlets, and we have many residents from one of the most beautiful hamlets here this evening in Burritts, but we also have this really, I think, under-recognized downtown here in Kemptville, and we know that often people drive past Kemptville's downtown on their way to Merrickville, and we don't want that to continue happening. And I think so many of the things that have occurred over the last 5 years by virtue of strategic investments and engagement have paid off, and we only want to see that momentum continue down the road. So thank you so much for everything you do as two very hardworking women, and I know you have a great board supporting you as well, which is awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's important to note, because it often gets lost on residents, that the budget request from the BIA is really asking the municipality to levy the commercial building owners downtown. So in fact, the ask, the financial ask, it comes from the building owners downtown. It doesn't come from residential taxation. So that often gets lost. Thanks.
And I think we've done our best to leverage that by bringing municipal resources to the table to help support you in creating some of those other experiences that I think are so fundamental to getting people not to just come once, but to return time and time again. But thank you for that clarification, Deputy Mayor. I don't see any there. Oh, Councillor O'Sullivan, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's just I also want to echo everyone's appreciation for all that you've done, and everything that goes on in the old town, downtown is amazing. Like the tree lighting, the Busker Fest, all these things were fantastic, and how it looks with the increased lighting and the beautiful floral displays. It was great, and I'm really happy to hear your want for increased lighting on Rubin Crescent. It is a busy place. It's going to have more residents. The Curling Club, the Legion, both open their doors right onto the street. It's really critical that it gets better lighting. And as you know, that there is an active transportation master plan going on, or beginning this year, with a specific focus on the Old Town and Rubin Crescent, because it needs better active transportation connections, and safety downtown, being more walkable, being pedestrian and cycle friendly is critical. So great job. Thank you so much for everything you're doing.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, wonderful. I know Mr. Tom Graham has been waiting patiently, so I want to thank Mr. Graham for also being here and invite him to come down and speak to Bedrock Resource revisions. And just for the clarification of other residents in the room who are waiting for the public meeting, this is our last delegation. These have been on the agenda for quite some time, so we appreciate your patience. We know many of you worked hard to get here for 6:30, and we're doing our best to get to that public meeting. So this will be our last delegation, and then we'll transition into that public meeting.
Thank you, Mayor and Council and staff and people who are waiting patiently behind me. I thought I was coming after their session, but I realize now I'm holding things up. So I'll be quick. My name is Tom Graham. I live in Bishop's Mills with my wife, Jean Lambert. We have 5 kids and 9 grandchildren. I feel like I represent the 2/3 of North Grenville's population who actually their drinking water comes directly from the ground. So this presentation is actually not really about Bedrock, but about protecting our water for now and for the future. So I know this council and our current official plan has certain measures in place to do that, but there is some areas, for example, around Burritts Rapids and the whole northern part of the municipality is protected by the wellhead protection zone, which precludes any kind of quarry or aggregate extraction in the northern half or 2/3 of the municipality. But the people in the southern portion of the municipality do not have the benefit of that protection, which might seem unjust, except the Clean Water Act of 2006 affords protection for municipal wells, not private wells. So they said, that's a, oops, sorry, maybe we'll get to that. But there's a lot of people that are out in the region. So if there's areas on the current official plan identified as bedrock extraction, maybe I'm urging this council to have another look at those things. And if there's a way of removing those to protect water for the residents out there, that would be much appreciated. Next slide, please. And the slide after that. So the outline is, as I've said, there are some areas added to the 2010 official plan, Schedule A on the map, that got on there sort of accidentally. The Municipal Affairs, Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing put a final request in saying you've got to do this. And so the planner at the time identified certain areas without evidence, without site visits, or without public consultation. And so for the last 15, 16 years, I've been saying, why are these things still on the map? So, but I have a point here. It seems 16 years later, we're forced again to ask to have these areas removed from the OP mapping. This is a very difficult thing to do. For while there was absolutely no legitimate reason to put them on the map in the first place, it seems no one can find a reason to take them off the map. And I am aware that once they're on there, the provincial policy statement and provincial government and natural resources people say, wait a second, not so fast. We want to protect these areas for the future. Next slide, please. So as I said, there are some good things in the current OP about protecting natural resources such as our water for the benefit of present and future generations of North Grenville. Next slide, please. I'm trying to go through these quickly, feeling the eyes of the people behind me burning their way through the presentation.
Oh, I think they're quite interested.
Well,
I
some
think
of them,
they're okay.
some of them might be drinking the same water I am, and they
Indeed,
might
yeah.
be interested.
I think you're okay. This may be a learning
Okay, that's
opportunity.
fine. I'll try not to feel the pressure.
It's okay.
This is a map from the current official plan, most recently done in 2018. And by the way, I have to commend staff, particular Director Martin and Deputy Director Mosier. Both of them been communicating with me nonstop for the last, I won't say 16 years, but many, many years to bring clarity and clarification from this. And unrelated to a request for a community organization, this is not a financial request. This is really our, not infrastructure, it's our actual natural surroundings. It's actual water that we pull out of the ground. And so I think it is worth protecting. It may not cost any money. It might be kind of tricky, but I think it's worth pursuing. So the map shows, highlighted in orange, the coloring's mine, the areas that I'm referring to. These are all in Limerick Forest and along the Kemptville Creek near Bishop's Mills. Most of the area, there's a lot of water at the surface, in some cases shallow soil, but the surface water, anyway, next slide, please. So there's just a detail, and you can see the current official plan, the little gray hatchings that look like swamp is all swamp. Just in case anybody wonders if they thought it would be a good idea to put a quarry in a swamp, it's probably not. The areas that have little stone-looking things in them are identified as aggregate. So some of them are probably in use as aggregate over on the eastern side of the municipality, but these particular areas are not really well suited. Next slide, please. Next slide. So I made this point at the beginning that there's reasons that these got on, and I wish they weren't, but be that as it may, they're on there now. So that's how they got on. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So one of the reasons that the ministry thought it was a good idea to put them on is this blue map was a map that came out in 2009, and it shows bedrock everywhere in Lees and Grenville, including, of course, North Grenville. And at the time, we appealed to the OMB, now the OLT, to say that they shouldn't put one of these areas on, and they agreed with me. And the reasons were numerous, but we only had time to talk about one of the areas, and there's still 4 areas in this particular area that have these things. And the authors of that report made the statement highlighted in yellow, says substantial portions of these areas may be constrained due to environmental considerations, but nobody's ever looked at them. There's been no site visits and no real testing done professionally. I have been on some of the areas and found that there are indications that don't jive with this broad brush assessment. I think the devil is in the details. Next slide, please. So of course, since 2006, we've known that we are sitting on a highly vulnerable aquifer. So the Claire Malloy, a hydrogeologist with RBCA, made this statement: it only takes a few minutes to contaminate an aquifer, but it can take hundreds of years to undo the damage, if it can be undone at all. In fact, there's no real evidence that those things can be undone, but it's sort of a warning there. Next slide, please. So this is a great graphic. I did not create it, but it shows the cutaway where most of us get our drinking water from, is that area below in the fractured rock. And this mentions significant groundwater recharge areas, which are porous areas of the land where rainwater trickles down to recharge the aquifer. And some of these quarry areas are sitting on top of these significant groundwater recharge areas, so that can't be a good idea. Next slide, please. Clean Water Act identifies aggregate operations as a threat to water quality. Next slide, please. So, provincial policy statement, which has been updated in 2024, section 4.2.2, does say that development and site alteration shall be restricted in or near sensitive surface water features. Sensitive groundwater features, such as these features and their related hydrologic functions, will be protected. So the provincial policy statement gives municipalities the opportunity to really protect their own water, which is great. Next slide, please. So this is an air photo depiction of where those orange areas were previously. Now they're highlighted in dotted yellow lines. The blue dotted lines are significant groundwater recharge areas. The rectangular lines are the lands owned by Limerick Forest, and where it says wetland areas are by observation through local knowledge and local experience, where we understand the land to, where basically water is at the surface and it's a lot of wetland areas, basically. And yet, and you have to understand, the planner at the time was forced to put these on here without the benefit of an aerial photo, without the benefit of talking to any local people about, it'd be a good idea to put a quarry here, only looking at a black and white map, trying to stay away from existing houses. Okay, so I mean, those things have been on here for the craziest reason, and I'm saying, well, we have a chance to kind of clean up this mistake from 2009, 2010. Now might be now in our official plan review area might be a good time to try and do that. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So another quote from the provincial policy statement: planning authority shall protect, improve, or restore the quality and quantity of water by, etc., minimizing potential negative impacts, and protect, improve, or restore vulnerable surface and groundwater. So it's in the PPS. We have the power to do these things. Next slide, please. And if we wanted to comply with the provincial policy statement, we can point to chapter and verse saying where we have the power and the opportunity to do that. So this is just harping on the same thing. The provincial policy statement does want to protect bedrock resources, which is great. But the only definition, which I'm very familiar with, is here: as much of the mineral aggregate resources as is realistically possible should be made available as close to markets as possible. However, there is no definition of realistic. So this makes it kind of difficult, except you can go to these sites, like the picture on the right, and say, that doesn't look realistic site for a quarry. So, you can't have it both ways. Do you want to protect water or protect bedrock? I say protect water. Next slide, please. We count on the Ministry of Natural Resources to monitor aggregate producers, and yet the Office of the Auditor General said that the ministry doesn't have effective systems and processes in place to ensure compliance with the Aggregate Resources Act. Hang on, that's the fox guarding the hen house. No, it's not. It's a ministry with no power, not being able to monitor the industry, and yet that's our protection. Next slide, please. So again, another quote from RVCA about to protect Ontarians, provincial and municipal government agencies and landowners must all take responsibility and push for protection of our groundwater resources. Next slide, please. So in the last couple of slides, in October, I did get to present this to the North Granville's Environmental Advisory Committee, Environmental Action Advisory Committee. And I have not seen the minutes yet, but it was my understanding that we left there with the unanimous support of the committee in favor of removing these bedrock threats from our current OP. So that they supported my request. Next slide, please. And the good news is, since 2022, North Granville is a blue community. So we have got a great mayor who says ensuring there's sufficient protection of our aquifers, which supply well water, is also critically important. I am so glad there's no quote from the mayor saying protecting bedrock is critically important. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any other questions. I will say that I did hear from Director Martin today, who had communicated with the consultant who was working on the official plan and the mapping. And there are some considerations which I don't fully understand, but perhaps she'll be able to answer any questions you've got, because I just think we just need to do a better job of protecting the water. What barriers the province may put up to helping us or preventing us from doing that, I don't know. I hope there are no barriers for this municipality to protect water. I came up with this line: I respect the fact that the planners may be providing their best opinion based on a code of conduct for their profession, but I am obliged to speak up based on my conscience if I see something that's not right and that we have the power to change. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Councillor Strahan.
Thank you, through Madam Mayor. Thank you very much, Mr. Graham, for bringing this presentation to council. I just wanted to reiterate the fact that you did come to the EAAC, and the Environmental Action Advisory Committee members did put their full support behind you. Your presentation then was remarkable. You answered a lot of questions, and somehow your presentation today got much better and stronger. So I thank you very much for bringing that to our attention.
Ms. Martin, I don't know if you wish to comment now, or Mr. Mosher. I guess I, just for context, want to say that the bedrock aggregate mapping exercise that was undertaken at the counties in the last term of office did not move forward because of significant concerns that went beyond North Grenville about impacts for a variety of different reasons, not just water. So Ms. Martin or Mr. Mosher, should you wish to speak to this, it would be helpful for me to also understand the relationship between our own mapping exercises and where our mapping directly informs, I presume, the mapping, the exercise that was undertaken, which is now quite old and potentially would have to be redone again. But if you'd like to share some thoughts at this stage, I think it'll help to inform Council's dialogue this evening.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to say that we appreciate Mr. Graham's comments that he's provided to date. And both Mr. Mosher and myself always enjoy our exchanges, and they're always full of pep is probably the best way, in such a friendly way. And so we do appreciate the ability to engage with residents and all the effort that Mr. Graham has put into to this issue. So we are working through the process. Nothing has been finalized. There's still public meeting and statutory meetings to be had. I do note that the consultant is well aware and has received all of the correspondence from Mr. Graham to date, and did provide me with some information which was shared with Mr. Graham earlier today. That includes some of the approaches that we're taking to try and resolve those bedrock layers that were added back in 2009 by moving them into just a general mineral aggregate resource layer. I do note, hopefully, there it goes, I didn't lose my computer here, that we're also looking at the policies within that when it comes to rehabilitation, which our official plan does include policies for, but updating them to reflect more current policy statements that have come out from the province. One of the concerns raised by our consultant in regards to the removal of those layers, although council does have that discretion to direct that they be removed at the time when we have all of the updated schedules and the policies before council for their consideration, would be that we'd have to ensure that we're not conflicting with any mapping from the Ministry of Natural Resources, and that in the event if we should remove certain layers that are identified by the ministry as having that aggregate potential, they could be modified back in on us. So we can remove them, but there is that potential where the ministry can step in and say that they still have to be there. So as of right now, the consultant has left that bedrock layer in and recommends that one of the better ways to try and resolve this is to determine current and future mineral aggregate resource plans within those areas by consulting with the landowners whose properties are affected by that designation, and then to do some investigation as to whether it is confirmed that there is bedrock or not existing bedrock. We are going to be looking at where there's conflicting land use designations with the provincially significant wetlands, because there is a large wetland within the area. And there is provincial direction within the planning policy statement as to how we deal with those interactions. And more will be forthcoming to council. Our final report with the adoption of, recommending the adoption of the official plan will include comments in relation to everything that Mr. Graham has brought forward to our attention. So we do look forward to our continued dialogue on this matter. I don't believe that it's over this evening. I think it's an ongoing conversation as we continue to look at what our policies say, how can we evolve our policies to ensure aligning with the provincial policy documents, and coming up with a plan that reflects North Grenville, the residents, but as well as trying to incorporate our requirements under the Planning Act.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Graham, thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's important beyond just the people in the gallery here to have it on the public record. And given your presentation and the recent comment from Director Martin, removing those bedrock areas will be tricky, but I would agree with you that it's worth pursuing. So thank you for your presentation.
I didn't have the benefit, Mr. Graham, of being at the meeting where you presented, so forgive me. When you speak of the removal of these areas, what I'm discerning from the presentation is you see a fundamental lack of reconciliation between the characteristics of the land itself and the designation of aggregate. Are you of the opinion, and I think you know these land areas better than I, that the areas that you've highlighted could never support aggregate extraction? Like, just to be really clear here. I know you've spoken of wetlands and the imperative, obviously, to protect aquifers, and I did really make those comments that you featured at the end when we launched our Blue Communities Initiative. But how stark is that contradiction between a designation of a potential aggregate extraction with the characteristics of the land itself for the 4 areas that specifically you're asking to be removed?
And I could ask the clerk to bring up the mapping just for the benefit of the conversation. Somewhere in the middle or the 4th or 5th slide, the orange dot, the orange blobs on the map, a couple more back perhaps. That right there.
Right.
So just to be clear, the area that's right in the dead center of that big sort of blob area in the central area is actually right adjacent to an area of East Oxford off of Limerick Road that's currently a sand pit. So that's been on our map for some time as a pit, and in fact, a pit is underway, is open as far as I know. Our planners can correct me, but so that half of the blob is probably waiting to be turned into expanded pit territory, although the owners might deny it. They've cleared the land, they've prepped it, and they're in the aggregate extraction business who happen to own the land. So I'm not speaking for them, but I'm just guessing. But that's on land it's already zoned. But the other part of that, the tricky part that goes over into the swampland, is in Limerick Forest. And the Limerick Forest 20-year management plan, and the previous forester said Limerick Forest has no plans to extract aggregate in those areas. In fact, I think it would go against much of our environmental policies with Limerick Forest. And as per the pictures that are sprinkled through this presentation, you can see there's standing water, there's wetland swamps, beaver ponds that are all in this thing. When I did our appeal in 2009 to the OMB, I talked to the RBCA who said, who's the proponent for these things? I said, there's no proponent. This is our planner that's been forced by the ministry to say, just put some circles on the map, which he did. And they're on there now. They're not identified as bedrock. They're not, no one went there and checked that out. He just said, how about this? They said, fine, and they approved our official plan. So I learned this from the planner during my appeal, and I said, well, come to, and he came to the site down in the lower left-hand corner on this map, and he said, oh yeah, no, this shouldn't be identified as bedrock. I said, great. And so they took it off, but I had to appeal to get it off. So the others are in the same category. The landowners probably don't even know their land is zoned bedrock extraction. And they certainly don't have any plan to do it. I mean, as you can see from the one little triangle on the left, it's sitting in basically a wetland. Right above it is designated agriculture, and the landowner farms the land extensively. But he couldn't do much with that because it's in a swamp. So the answer to your question is, I think there's a big disconnect between these areas identified as suitable for bedrock extraction and the ability of anybody on Earth to extract bedrock from them. So it's sort of an embarrassment for the municipality. Why are they advertised?
And just as a quick follow-up, the process by which these lands were identified is, as you've stated, through an assessment.
Unfortunately, anecdotal, yes. I witnessed it happening, and it is what it is.
And might I just ask, the largest orange blob that you spoke of is you're saying is part Limerick and part an active sand pit?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, designated as aggregate, suitable for aggregate, and cleared potentially to be turned into aggregate.
And are you asking that the sand pit also have the aggregate designation removed?
This is the whole area that's currently on the OP. If our planner said, you know what, that's a clear-cut case of being suitable for sand extraction, I would not argue with the.
Because it's already being
It's
used
already
for
there,
sand
yeah.
extraction?
It's adjacent to it, and it's.
Adjacent to it,
Yeah.
gotcha.
So I'm like, fine, what about the rest of it? So
Gotcha.
yes, you could cut that one in half, but that's a level of detail that I did not expect to get into this evening.
Indeed, but I think if you're asking council and staff to consider removal of these areas, that is a level of detail that we will ultimately require.
Absolutely.
Right, so perhaps follow-up can be had, and we appreciate that this is your second go, once with the Environmental Action Committee and now with council. So, but it's certainly helpful for me to better understand the particular characteristics of each of those proposed areas.
Thank you for your question. And I do appreciate ongoing dialogue with Director Martin, and she did send me the email today saying that we want to look closely at these particular areas, and we'll leave them. The recommendation might be from her or from the consultant, said to leave the bedrock sites as is until consultation with the landowner occurs to determine current and future mineral aggregate resources plans. Bedrock is confirmed as existing or not existing where currently identified and MNR has been consulted. So it's like, okay, that's fair. But why wasn't that done before they were identified? They were identified by accident. We can't remove them until these three things are done. This is onerous. This is good, better late than never.
Okay, well, I think you've given us significant insight into the conundrum we find ourselves in, and clearly it's been inherited from other dialogues and conversations, of which I don't think any of us were a part, but it's, I do appreciate that you've highlighted what feels like a significant disparity. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time.
you.
I appreciate the time of everyone in this room.
Indeed, and we're going to go to Councillor Strachan. I apologize, Councillor, didn't see your hand.
No, that's okay. I just put my hand up at the last moment. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think to the point that I believe the Deputy Mayor made regarding comments from Director Martin, that it will be tricky, but absolutely worthwhile to pursue. And I wouldn't want to shortcut and put it in the official plan without doing our due diligence, as the director has mentioned, to ensure that we have options available before us. I personally feel very uncomfortable with simply leaving it in an official plan and dealing with it later, because we all know what happens with these kinds of plans that continuously get referenced as a reason for doing X, Y, Z. So hopefully we can get to this in short order and make those changes where possible. Thank you. Thanks again, Tom. Mr. Graham.
Thank you. So, and I thank everyone who remains for their considerable patience this evening. Council colleagues, I look to you. We can open up the public meeting if you're good to carry on. We've been here for almost 90 minutes, as I have most of those who are still with us. So we can start and take a break as needed. I would recognize that at some point we might need a quick break, but I'm looking to you. We'll start with the public meeting and see how we do. We in fact have 3. Right. Right. Indeed. You are correct. There is more than one. That is correct. So yes. Let me just consult our clerk here. Are there members of the public for the first 2 public meetings, which are in regard to Norton Road being the first and Dillabaugh Road being the second? Do we have members of the public here for that? Just one? Okay. And for Norton Road, do we have any members of the public? You're Norton? Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's do Norton. I would actually suggest we put Dillabaugh third if there's no member of the public here. And then we can address the Norton Road issue. I believe that public meeting should be fairly quick, and then we can transition into the third and then go to the second. Okay. So I'm now opening the planning public meeting at 7:53 p.m. This evening, we will be holding public meetings as required under the Planning Act for 3 files, ZBA 1225, ZBA 1325, and ZBA 1425. This meeting is obviously for council to consider the applications and hear from the planning department, applicants, and members of the public on the applications themselves. Council may choose to approve, deny, to further approval of, or choose to just hold a public meeting to hear comments on the planning applications. If an application is denied, only the applicant or the minister may file an appeal with the Ontario Land Tribunal within 20 days of issuance of the notice of council's decisions. Only specified persons, public bodies, registered owners of land to which the plan may apply, the requester to amend the plan, and or the minister may appeal the decision of the municipality of North Grenville to the Ontario Land Tribunal within 20 days of issuance of the notice of council's decision. Excluding the minister, any party wishing to make an appeal must make written or oral submissions to council at a public meeting. If you have not provided oral or written comments this evening but wish to receive formal notice of council's decision on the matter, there is a sign-in sheet at the front that I believe most people completed. Notice will provide further information on any appeals to a decision. So obviously we have our planners this evening, and I will invite our planning staff to quickly go over the ZBA for 810 Norton Road. Please be advised that by participating in the public meeting and providing your written and oral comments, you are consenting to your name and address forming part of the official record related to the planning application. So we'll ask Mr. Mosher to provide the overview on 810 Norton Road.
Thank you, Your Worship. The purpose of this application is to rezone retained lands at 810 Norton Road from agriculture and rural to agriculture 2 exception zone, which would prohibit residential uses on the subject lands and recognize a reduced lot frontage of 23 meters. This application was deemed complete on December 12, 2025, and it's the result of a related application for consent to sever under the Planning Act. That application number is B-46-25. And so there are policies which do allow for agricultural severances where it's a surplus farm severance, and which the owner who's purchased it does not require the residents for the farming operation is allowed to sever it off, caveat being that they have to rezone the remaining farmland to prohibit a residence. This is as required under the provincial planning statement, specifically section 4.3.3. as well as the United Counties of Leeds and Grenville Official Plan, Section 3.2, and North Grenville's Official Plan, and specifically Sections 12.522 and 12.521. The application is consistent with these policy documents. The minor amendments that are required to the zone bylaw that will go into the property is that the lot in question, which is the retained farmland, the retained dwelling, is going to have a slightly deficient lot area to preserve more land within farming. And it will have a slightly deficient lot frontage, again, to preserve more land within farming. The agricultural land holding itself will be able to meet the required minimum of 35 hectares. So there's no issue there. But there will be a farm access that is left, which is only 20 meters for lot frontage, and that is required to be varied as well. So staff is recommending an exception zone to take care of it. I guess to sum up, this is a requirement of a related severance application. It's a requirement under the PPS, County's OP, and North Grenville's OP that where surplus farm severances are occurring, the remaining farmland be zoned to prohibit a residence. That concludes the report, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. And is the member of the public an applicant or someone wishing to speak for or against the application? Okay. So why don't you come down, because this is your opportunity to ask those questions, because this is a public meeting. You can come down to the mic, and that way we can hear you, recognize you, and try to get you some answers. Thanks. And there's just a button for you to turn on the mic, and it'll turn red. Excellent. You're good.
Okay.
And name, sir? I apologize.
Scott Wilson,
Okay.
and we own the neighboring farm. And I was just wondering if there was any application to clean the municipal drain?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm not aware of any. I would pass that over to the Director of Public Works, but no, not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Mr. Finley?
Thank you. I'm not either aware, but I'd have to check with our drainage superintendent and get back. I can get back to you on where the status of that is.
Sure. My email's on the sign-in sheet. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And so what would be the implications if like the municipal drain flows east and west through our farm? And I'm just wondering what's the process if I assume they're going to tile the land, and I'm wondering if they're going to need municipal drain improvement to do that. So what would the implications be for our farm?
I would have to go back and look through, and maybe we can have a discussion rather than at this public piece in terms of the municipal drain and impacts there. It would depend on what the local improvements are, and who the benefiting owners would be with those local improvements. We'd have to work that out. But definitely with your information, we can get the drainage superintendent to have that discussion and see what's possible.
Yeah, no, that'd be very much appreciated. Okay.
Not a problem.
And Mr. Finley, maybe you can help me understand, or Mr. Mosher, the implications of the proposed zoning amendment. How do they play out from a drainage perspective? So just if you could paint a clear picture for me as you understand it, or maybe, I'm sorry, sir, I should have written your name down.
Scott Wilson, it's okay.
Mr. Wilson,
It's
maybe you
just
can help
and
us.
the municipal drain goes
Yes.
fairly, like it's in the back 50 acres that I'm talking about. So it's not
Yes.
at the north end of the property. It's kind of towards the south.
And Mr. Mosher, can you comment further on whether or not you can see an implication?
So for the zoning amendment application, there is not one. For the related severance application,
Yeah.
all municipal drains are assessed for future maintenance. So when that has occurred, there was a drain split agreement that was signed or will be signed. It's a condition of the severance itself, similar to this zone amendment that's required. And that will split the future assessment so that the house that's being split off, whatever its proportionate share is, it's calculated for the home, because there'd still potentially be a benefit if it's within the watershed. The remaining farmland would have the vast majority of the benefit from the watershed and the drainage itself.
Yes.
So we track those things to ensure that everybody who is within the watershed and has to pay for future maintenance is assessed their fair share.
Right.
And so in relation to the zone amendment, no, there are no implications, but this is picked up as part of the severance process.
Right.
Is that helpful?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
excellent. Thank you, Mr. Wilson, very
Yep.
much for your patience.
Yep.
And I expect that Mr. Finley, you'll be able to connect with Mr. Wilson
Yep.
after the fact. You left contact information.
Yeah, on the sign-up sheet.
Okay,
Yeah.
excellent.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for your interest. Much appreciated. And just to double check, anyone else here for this particular sub-EA? Not seeing any. Yes, Councillor O'Sullivan, thank you. Thank you for gesturing. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Director Mosher. I just have a couple of questions, and unfortunately, my computer won't sign in tonight. So on one of the slides, on the official plan slide, and this is just maybe a technicality, the legend for, yes, that one, the legend for agriculture and mineral aggregate doesn't match the legend that's on the map. So I'm just wondering, is that what it is? Like, it's just the gray is a different color and the mineral aggregate has a different legend, but is that the mineral aggregate, all those little pebble signs, pebble?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just first have to correct, I'm the Deputy Director. Sorry, thanks for
Sorry.
the upgrade, but
Okay. I'm
Deputy Director. That's okay. And yes, my skills within PowerPoint are limited. So those pebble symbols are supposed to be mineral aggregate, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then the next one, the zoning one, it has agriculture and rural, and the rural is the white. So this looks like only half of the retained land is agriculture and the other half is rural. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So the zone category follows the underlying official plan designations from a previous era. So this is some confusion and it's a valid question. What I would say is that the land that's brown, you're, first of all, correct on that point. The brown is agriculture and the white is rural. That rural land has was in a previous official plan, was also designated as rural, notwithstanding that it is currently mineral aggregate. The zone change, all of it will now be agriculture 2, other than the home that's left, and this is a prohibition. And so we have experienced this in the past with other similar surplus farm severances where the zone category, you start to say that it's going to be mineral aggregate, and that causes quite a bit of concern. And so as staff and I think as council, we've taken the approach that if it's a prohibition on, and like farming's the only intended use, that's a fine category. There's not going to be something that's sensitive that's going to disrupt the ability for it to potentially be used for a pit or in the future. And so for that reason, we're not recommending that it be rezoned to mineral aggregate / agriculture, but rather just the A2, which is a prohibition and only permits farming uses and no buildings and structures. So I hope that answers.
Okay, so the white rural will turn to agriculture? Okay, great. Thank you.
Anything else, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, a quick question to Deputy Director Mosher. You mentioned deficiencies in terms of lot size. What are the implications for the future of that property? Is that going to hinder any applications for, say, additional building, or is it going to implicate setbacks?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it would potentially, for the residential property, it would potentially like have some limits. Like the minimum standard is 0.4 hectares or 1 acre, and it's 0.36. It's very close in terms of overall lot area. And the typical lot frontage is 60 meters, and this is 53. So again, it's very close. So it shouldn't have too many major limits. I suppose if they wanted to do a detached ARU, that's not something that would be possible given current policies because it's under the size requirement of 1 acre. And then for the retained farmland, it's got a 20-meter frontage, which should allow for vehicle and farm access for the types of machinery that would be accessing.
Any other questions? And I see no other member of the public wishing to speak to this application. So if that's the case, then I will close the public meeting and council will consider the recommendation. And the recommendation is that council adopts bylaw 0226 being a bylaw to prohibit residential uses at a portion of 810 Norton Road as a result of a farm surplus severance and vary certain zone provisions. So I'll look for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Barkley and Strachan, thank you very much. Any last comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? All right. So that carries. So we're going to move to the item number 3, which I believe is the one involving Burt's Rapids, and that is in regards to ZBA 1425, concession 1, part lot 5, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Mosher to walk us through that presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just give it a second for the slide deck to load.
No problem.
Okay. So this is an application by Julietta Holdings, Inc. And we go to the next slide, please. It's an application to rezone portions of the subject property to residential first density, environmental protection, and rural with use of holding symbols. And I want to take some time to talk about the why of it. So this property, kind of similar to the last application, was the subject of a related severance application, file number B-58-25. And that application was conditionally approved by the Consent Granting Authority at Leeds and Grenville. And the application was to sever approximately 50 acres of the subject lands at the north end of the property. So a condition of that application was a site-specific zone amendment. And it should be noted that this condition was something that staff advocated for when we prepared that report because of the current zone categories that they didn't fully align with land use designations at the property. This will become a little bit more clear as we get into it. We could go to the next slide, please. So the effect of this application would be to rezone lands in keeping with underlying official plan designations. There's an asterisk there. And also impose a holding symbol. A holding symbol is effectively a freeze on development. And in this case, it would specify that there's certain studies and processes that need to occur before any development would actually occur at the subject lands. I just want to state that this is not an application for subdivision, although the applicant has produced a concept draft plan of their future intention to develop the land for a subdivision, but this application is not that. Okay, next slide, please. So the subject property is located in part lot 5, concession 1 in the township of Oxford-on-Rideau. It's nearly an original township lot. It's considered to be a through lot with frontage on Burt's Rapids Road at the north and Haskins Road at the south. It's a view adjacent to the UNESCO Heritage Canal. It's not actually directly adjacent. There are some intervening spaces. And it's considered to be within the hamlet boundary of Burt's Rapids and considered to be a term that I'll use and have used a little bit through this presentation, off the island. There are an oddity of designations between North Grenville's official plan and the United Counties of Leeds and Grenville official plan. So if we go to slide 5 for a moment. Oh, one back, please. So this shows North Grenville's official plan. And I've got that lovely pebbly thing that the councillor was commenting on before. What we see from this is that the dark area is hamlet at the north. It's about the north quarter to a third. There is some flooding and erosion hazards also on this property, surrounded by some mineral aggregates too. And then the southern and remaining portion of it is agriculture. And I know I'm going to play a little bit of gymnastics with our clerk, but could we go to slide 9, please? It's the county official plan designations. Thank you. Okay, so as distinct from the United Counties of Leeds and Grenville official plan, which is aligned in terms of we designated a hamlet, it designates it a rural settlement area. That's in the pink at the northern bit. Those two boundaries are aligned. Then there is a section that the county's plan shows as rural not agriculture, and this is the big difference between our plans. And then the final third of the property is agriculture. It's a bit like a Neapolitan ice cream. So if we go back to slide 5 for a moment, please. Thank you. Sorry, slide 6. So part of Burt's Rapids, this is one community that's unique within North Grenville because it's the only community that actually has this sort of secondary plan that applies to it. And so the lands that are the subject of this application are located within an area that's designated as hamlet residential. Now, this is in addition to the hamlet policies of Section 8 of the official plan, and they are also applicable to this development. If we could go to the next slide, please. And the zoning is also aligned with the county's official plan designation, just to confuse things even more. So although North Grenville's official plan has it being agriculture up to the boundary, that is not in fact how our zoning is in place. Our zoning has it much more like the county's, whereby the lands north of the agricultural bit, other than the floodplain, are rural. Next slide, please. So as planners, we're supposed to do a review of all provincial policy, local policies, and how they affect. And while there's a lot of detail within the report, I've tried to summarize it here as best I can. So this application on its face would be considered to be consistent with the provincial planning statement, as it would provide for a range of housing options in a rural settlement area, as is distinct from a rural area. And it would be focusing growth within this area. There is the potential to conserve biodiversity, and there are studies that have been done for the related severance application which have considered the ecological environment and how it can be conserved. Notably, this would be protection of natural heritage features, and specifically the wetland that's been identified through the submitted EIS with proper wetland zoning, which would let that feature remain as is. This application considers the local area in terms of the ultimate zoning, and would ultimately be consistent with that difference between the official plans of North Grenville and Leeds and Grenville. This takes a little bit of explaining. The lands that's just south, as per the county OP, is not agricultural. And so the proposal would be that there's about 50 acres that's severed, but not all of that 50 acres is within the hamlet boundary. So there's this bit, it's about 9 acres of land that's outside of it. If we were following North Grenville's official plan, it would have to be zoned agriculture. However, the county does not designate this land as agriculture, in fact designates it as rural, and recently went through the LEAR system. So this caused me to have to go back to the PPS, and the PPS in this regard says you should apply a LEAR approach. And so because the counties has recently gone through this exercise, has those lands designated as rural, and would maintain them to be rural even in the proposed system for January 22nd of 2026. In my opinion, it's appropriate that it would be a rural zone category and not an agriculture zone category, if approved. Finally, just in terms of the PPS, this application does respect minimum distance separation guideline formula, and importantly, would impose some necessary restrictions on development through the use of a holding symbol. And the holding symbol would be used to say, yes, a portion of these lands will be developed, and yes, there will be some level of development not yet known. But at this point in time, there's certain studies that have not been completed to demonstrate how much development will occur. Notably, those are the hydrogeological report, traffic impact study, and archaeological assessment. Next slide, please. And we can go to the next one. So this application is consistent with the Leeds Grenville official plan, which is a little bit light in terms of its rural settlement areas, but it would be zoning lands, which is in keeping with the rural settlement area boundary, as well as zoning lands that are outside the boundary in keeping with the county official plan. Next slide, please. In my opinion, this application would be considered to be consistent with North Grenville's official plan. It would be a separating of the hamlet, proposing a zone category which has been seen in other types of hamlet subdivisions in the past. That's not to say that it has to be the R1 category. There was some questions that had arisen from the public about why not rural residential, why residential first density. I will say that consistently, even within hamlet areas, it's been not a written rule, but a procedure of staff that those lands that are within the hamlet still are designated as residential first density. It's my opinion that there are specific policies from the Burritts Rapids Secondary Plan that are applicable. And while the vision is incredibly important for the community, it does not mean that there should be no development within the hamlet. Section 833, which is the goals and objectives section, goes on to say that there should be healthy and sustainable development within the hamlet, that health and sustainability of it should be upheld. And I do think that the hold symbol will assist in ensuring that before any development occurs, there will be proper study of the water that's available, servicing to the site, and traffic patterns. It's also my opinion that this potential future development would not diminish the historic hamlet character or identity. I think that there is the ability to add to it, acknowledging that it is not the same as the lands that have already been developed within the island area. Finally, I think that the use of the hold symbol helps ensure that transportation infrastructure is planned that will make the hamlet safer and accessible. I think that this study will be able to evaluate all modes of transportation in and out of the development itself, including fully accessible types of transportation, not just vehicle-centric ones. And the use of the hold symbol, I think, importantly, pauses development here. And in relation to section 833D, we're holding this public meeting at the start of a subdivision process. If it was done the other way, where a subdivision came forward, there is no public meeting process under the Planning Act currently. So I think that the use of this particular meeting at this particular time allows for an opening of a dialogue, which can lead to cooperation on future development, considering the whole hamlet, which is a requirement of section 833 of the official plan. Finally, I note that I think this is on slide 10. I think we're on slide 10. There are, in my view, there's no need to impose built form, massing, or profiling restrictions on potential new housing in the future, given the existing rules in the majority of the R1 category within the hamlet residential designation. We received we could go to the next slide, please. This is what the zone categories would be. So R1 with the holding, and the R1 would only be within the hamlet boundary itself. Rural with the holding, these would be lands outside of the hamlet, would not be part of a subdivision process. And then environmental protection with the holding, just to recognize the wetland itself and ensure that it is protected for the long term. Next slide, please. We did receive an email of no comment from the building division on this application, and we could go to the next one. An email of no objection from Enbridge Gas, and just an email receipt from the RVCA acknowledging that they have got it, but no comments to date from Parks Canada or Rideau Valley on this application. Next slide, please. At the time this report was prepared, we had received several comments, and I just want to acknowledge all the individuals who have. So we received comments from Mr. and Mrs. McFadden, Mr. Nealon, Ms. Jameson and Mr. Harrington, Mr. Sleeth, Ms. Jacques, and Mr. Dunn. And these questions were relating to what would be the effect of the R1 zone, the holding symbol, what's the process for the public meeting, were there any other comments that had been received from agencies, and could those be passed along to the public? What will staff's recommendations be to council? What studies may be required by the municipality prior to the eventual development, and a request to be informed of the development and any general requests for information. In addition, following the publication of this report, staff received the following correspondence. A letter from Mr. Dean Hamel that the application must fail tests of the official plan and the provincial planning statement for consistency reasons. Concerns from Marion and William Fizette. A letter of opposition from Jim and Deb Miller-Couchon. A letter of dismay from Claire Smith. A letter of opposition from David Smith. A letter of concern from John Dwyer. An objection from Robert and Sheila Manhire. Concern from Leanna McCann. Concern from Michelle Brooks. Concern from Bart Bilmer. Opposition from Margaret Munro. an individual named Christine Hafner who expressed a no, an indication that the application was thought to be premature by Inga van Gemeren, concerns expressed by Elizabeth Jacques, concern expressed by Gilles McDonald, request to deny the application from Mandana Arman, a request to oppose, a statement of opposition from Vanda Stanley, letter of concern from Richard Hegan, concerns from Marilyn and David McFadden, letter of opposition from Drew Avis, an urge to not approve from Wanda Jameson and Michael Harrington, opposition from Mr. John Sobel, an application or a letter from the Burt's Rapids Community Association written by Drew Avis on their behalf to deny the application, a request to deny from Cameron Rhodes, email of opposition from Andrea Cordonnier, concern from David Dunn, statement of opposition from Carolyn Reed and Tim Pierce. Statement of opposition from Sean McCann, a letter of concern from Alyssa McCann, concern expressed by Bernie and Chris Bosveld, concern expressed by Dana Clark, concern expressed by Maureen Wilson, concern expressed by Mary Hegan, concern expressed by Gilles and Christine Mercier, and concern expressed by Daniel Jacques. So I sincerely apologize if anybody's left off the list. We double checked it twice, so we think we got everybody who submitted comments. There's a lot of questions, and I have written responses to many of the things that have arisen, but right now I'd just like to conclude my presentation. There's no recommendation tonight, so we can just not use that one. Sorry. My recommendation is that this public meeting be held and that we gather comments and that we report back at a future time. So I will pass it back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mosher, and I appreciate you reiterating what we had discussed earlier, which is given the number of people in the room and the extent of the concern and or opposition being expressed, that the function of tonight's public meeting is really to hear from you. And again, I want to recognize your considerable patience as we've made our way to this public meeting. So certainly you're invited to come down and express your comments, just given the number of people. We do ask you to keep an eye on the time, but it is important that you have your say. So Mr. Mosher, we appreciate the considerable time and attention you've given to not only preparing the application, but also to oh, of course, I didn't realize the applicant is here. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Members of the public, you'll have to wait a little bit longer. And might I ask the applicant to come down? But to Mr. Mosher's point, this is just information gathering for council this evening. So I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Thank you. And I think this moment in the process really does highlight that council often receives information at the same time as the public. It's actually very rare for us to have any prior interaction with a developer for a proposed application. There's on occasion, it makes sense to touch base with myself or other members of council, but it's actually fairly atypical. So we are getting to know the applicant just as you are this evening. And I don't have the benefit of the person's name even. So please introduce yourself.
Good evening. My name is Allison Clark. I'm the project manager on the file on behalf of the owner, Julietta Holdings.
Okay, thank you.
Next slide, please. So I believe Phil provided an excellent overview of the application before you today. I will provide you with an overview from our side, and then I'm happy to answer any questions that I can. I know Phil covered location, and I think you're probably all aware of location. But I'll cover it nonetheless. The subject property is located at the intersection of Burt's Rapids Road, County Road 23, and River Road. The approximate 170-acre parcel is highlighted in orange here. Next slide, please. A severance application was filed with the United Counties of Leeds and Grenville on June 4th, 2025. The purpose of the consent application was to sever the lands within the hamlet from the balance of the lands that are zoned agricultural. Phil touched on this. There is a bit of discrepancy there. These agricultural lands are presently rented out by the owner of the lands and actively farmed. And it is the owner's intent to ultimately sell the agricultural lands to a farmer so that they can remain to be farmed. This isn't possible if the lands were to remain in one entity, and thus a severance application was sought. Apologies, I have had to rotate the draft reference plan here to fit on the screen, but part 1 shown in blue is the retained lands that are within the hamlet, and then part 2 lands shown in yellow is the portion of lands zoned agriculture, again, discrepancies there, that are presently farmed. Next slide, please. On September 25th, 2025, we received the notice of decision that stated our consent application had been approved, subject to an appeal period. And then on October 24th, 2025, we received a notice of no appeal for the consent application. Since this time, we have been working to clear conditions of approval related to the consent application. As Phil touched on, one of the conditions of approval related to the consent application was that the lands within the hamlet, part 1 on the previous slide, be appropriately rezoned. So the condition specifically read that the applicants obtain a site-specific zoning amendment to appropriately zone lands and make use of the holding symbol to prevent development of the site until a plan of subdivision can be registered at lands within the hamlet. Next slide, please. That really brings us here to tonight. On November 18th, 2025, we submitted a zoning bylaw amendment application to rezone the Part 1 lands within the hamlet. I've included a very preliminary draft plan of subdivision on the screen, really as was required in order to facilitate this rezoning. Again, this is showing the lands just within Part 1. Block 1 through 22 are very tentatively proposed as R1 with a holding zone that prevents any further development on the lands until required studies are completed. R1 does permit single detached dwellings and semi-detached dwellings. Block 23 has been contemplated as parkland. Block 24 is proposed as an environmental protection zone, and Block 25 is proposed as a general rural zone. I believe Phil touched on that quite extensively. I know Phil provided an overview of the purpose of the holding zone, and we understand that residents likely have a number of questions regarding the lands and are maybe concerned that studies or steps may have been missed. I can assure you that is not the case. As Phil mentioned, the use of the holding zone effectively freezes development until these matters have been addressed. We understand that they will include an archaeological assessment, a hydrogeological and terrain analysis, a transportation impact analysis, likely an update to our environmental impact statement, probably a serviceability report, and of course, execution of a sub-agreement with the municipality. I want to be clear that the owner does not plan on moving forward with a plan of subdivision in the near term. If I had to guess, the timeline is more based on years than months. Of course, anything can change, but I do really feel that's important to highlight because there is therefore ample time to complete the required studies and work with the municipality and the community. As mentioned, the original intent with this application was that they wanted to sever the hamlet lands from the agricultural lands to facilitate a sale of the agricultural lands to a farmer so that the lands can continue to be farmed. I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I'd neglected to offer council the opportunity to ask questions of staff or the applicant or the applicant's representative now that you're here. So I believe I will now open it up to council colleagues to ask any questions before hearing from members of the public. So colleagues, I'm not sure if you have anything to bring to the table at this juncture. I see Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to make a comment regarding this. I appreciate, first of all, Deputy Director Mosher's attempt to walk us through a very complicated file. I think he did an excellent job of summarizing it. I had difficulty even following his summarization. So I'm grateful that we've got another 2 weeks to try and bash through all the comments. I'd just like to say in the past, and this is directed to Ms. Clark, the applicant, that we've had developers come to us or come to staff. They haven't got to us yet, but they come to staff proposing a rezoning or development in which their proposed subdivision, not subdivision, but I'm thinking in particular of the case of multi-unit residence, where they understood that there may be some grief or concern expressed by the neighboring built development. I think council will remember this particular proposal that I think in retrospect has worked out just fine. But they, on their own initiative, the proponent, the applicant, convened a community meeting And now you're here and the community is here, because I don't think from that list that Mr. Mosher read out that there's anyone missing from the small hamlet of Burns Rapids. I think they're all here. So I would hope in the future, whether you're working for another developer or that you would consider, compatible use and understand, particularly in this case, Burns Rapids, the heritage value of it, that you'd on your own initiative and expense convene a public meeting to walk people through. Here we've got staff that are constrained, seriously by the Planning Act. They haven't made a recommendation yet, but I think they will in 2 weeks. And council getting up to speed in short order. So that's my comment. I would like, and this is not directed specifically at you, but the development community, that it would be great for them to look around and see the situation, the context in which they're hoping to develop their, realize some profit on their investment to get the most out of the land that they've purchased. And we don't want to sink anything for these developers, because we appreciate the investment and they want to do something with their property. But, council's here, and it's very difficult for us to take on the liability of having to go to the land tribunal and not accept the recommendations of staff. So it's a difficult situation for us, and I'm glad that we have the community here and have the opportunity to ask you questions. But I would have hoped that it would have happened much sooner. Thank you.
I think through you, Madam Mayor, thank you for your comments there, Deputy Mayor. I can commit that if I am still involved with this file at the time of plan of subdivision, there will absolutely be a public meeting that is to be held. I think right now it'd be fairly premature. I know there, and I understand that might sound a little bit backwards given where we are right now, but the plan that has been submitted or shown as part of the rezoning, the draft plan of subdivision, is in such an infant stage and has not yet gone through all of the constraints that a number of studies will show. And I absolutely expect that plan of subdivision to change, probably significantly based on a hydro-G, an archaeological, an environmental, a transportation, a serviceability brief. And I don't think that the plan as we see today is ultimately what would be filed as a plan of subdivision, because as I say, those studies are going to indicate a number of mitigation measures that might have to be put in place, adjustments that have to be made to the plan itself. And I think when we are at that point where all of those studies have been completed and a plan has been started to be refined, I think that is the time for a public meeting. And like I said, if I am still on this file at that point, I will absolutely commit to that.
And I think you both touched on salient points. My understanding, of course, is the rezoning is fundamental to any subdivision development. Mr. Mosher, can you validate that understanding?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's not necessarily fundamental. It's more of a preference rather. In fact, because the severance application was splitting the land and we looked at what's the underlying designations and how can we appropriately zone those. And so as staff, this is not the applicant, when we were starting to review that and determine that, the underlying designation is that it's a hamlet. So that means something else other than rural. A zoning amendment is required. And then as we started to percolate that idea of, okay, so the zone amendment's required, but we don't have the necessary information to sort of do the subdivision, aligning the zoning is logical and makes good planning sense. But the holding symbol is the thing that is really required here. And so this doesn't, it's not I wouldn't say that this is like a fait accompli or this is the thing that then leads to the subdivision, but I believe it's the intention, and nobody's trying to hide it, that there is a plan that the lands within the hamlet would be subdivided in future, but this is not that.
Thank you. And I'm unfortunately still confused. In order for the proposed development in its very early and infant stages to proceed, is the rezoning necessary?
In order for the severance application to be concluded, yes.
And the severance application is part of what enables future development?
It separates the land, as Ms. Clark has indicated, from the agricultural land holdings from the land within the hamlet itself.
Okay, so it's a precondition of some sort, I think I'm hearing you say. And of course, we're not planners around the council table, so some of the incredible nuance here, I think, isn't necessarily abundantly clear to us. And I think we're grateful to have the conversation this evening so that we'll have more time. My question was going to be, while Ms. Clark, you state that, of course, you'd be more than happy to be part of a public engagement session and more consultation with the community. The reality is this land could be sold to a different developer. There's no guarantee that because you're seeking to pursue, I guess, the severance or the splitting of the land into two parts, that you're bound to develop it. Your good intentions, as you express them today, are just that, because obviously the owner of the lands could decide to go in a myriad of directions, with either doing nothing, to your point, or selling to a more, not to a more, but to selling to a different developer, should that appetite be there for the owner. So I guess I'm only highlighting that because it's sometimes, I know at the council table, we hear from very well-intentioned developers who have a vision for how to use the land, but that doesn't bind them to anything, because this is such a preliminary step in the process. Mr. Mosher, have I stated that correctly? And I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm just trying to make sense of the application for what it is.
I think Ms. Clark did point out that as long as she's a part of the file,
Right.
that's something she would carry out. But it is, to be completely honest, it's sort of besides the planning merits of this
Right.
specific
Indeed.
application,
Indeed.
and a bit besides the point, notwithstanding that it's a concern that's expressed.
No, and I hear you, and I think you're right to make that distinction, right, between planning rationale for potential land use and how it is attached or not attached to the intentions of any one particular developer, if you will. I think I was reflecting on it because sometimes we try to get a feel for what's behind a certain development so that we can sort of evaluate the spirit in which individuals or entities or companies might proceed. So that's where it resonates with me, but I hear you that your evaluation is very much based upon your understanding of land uses, if I've gotten that correct.
Existing provincial policy, the
Right.
counties, the OP, et cetera.
Indeed. Okay. Thank you. So I'm turning to council colleagues. Are there other questions for staff or for Ms. Clark, who has kindly joined us this evening? Okay. I'm not seeing any, so thank you. I'm sure you're going to be, I thank you. Councillor Sullivan, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just would like to clarify, when you showed that map of potential development area, it looks like it has 22 lots, is that correct? And what size is each lot approximately?
So that is correct. They're shown as blocks on this plan. They really could be lots. They are all an acre plus in size.
So 1 acre plus. And did you say this would be just a first phase? Or is this the whole thing?
That would be, yeah.
That's the entire piece that you're hoping to sever off from the rest, which will be agriculture?
Correct, yeah. So this is the area within the hamlet that can be developed as residential development per the OP policies. So there was only one phase.
Okay, thank you. And so the two homes that already exist there are on bigger lots, or, well, one of them is definitely bigger. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 homes that already exist along there, along Birch Rapids Road?
Yes, shown on this plan, yes.
Okay. And then further down on the other side, east of Birch Rapids Road, there's also a lot of residential homes.
Correct.
Yep. Okay. And they would be on approximately 1 acre lots as well.
Yes, correct. I think per the zoning that is proposed to be implemented, given that these would not be on municipal services and that be on rural services, excuse me, I believe the minimum lot size is 1/2 acre. I'm looking at Phil for me to confirm. But when putting together this, again, very preliminary infant plan of subdivision, we did take that into consideration, the existing lot sizes in the area. And they would, again, under myself, as leading this project and the developer that I'm presently working with, acknowledging that, yes, these things can change. It would remain in the 1 acre size. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you. Now, I guess a supplementary question would be to Deputy Director Mosher. Could the holding system insist that the lots are 1 acre? Holding symbol, I mean?
Through you, Madam Mayor, council can specify that the minimum lot area is 1 acre. The holding symbol itself would not be tied to that specific criteria, but council can very much establish the minimum lot area for the lots within that zone.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to think of how we can ensure that it continues to have the rural look and feel. Thank you.
Councillor Strahan?
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much for your presentation. A question for you, Ms. Clark, or perhaps for our Director of Planning or Deputy Director. Regarding this very preliminary plan, oh, you've already taken it off the screen. I wasn't quick enough. I understand that it's in the preliminary stages or very draft, early infant stages. The orientation of this particular subdivision, one of the things that stands out to me is where the entrance and exit is for the road. It would be an entrance and exit right where the bridge is, which is a single lane bridge, right where the beach is, which is used by many folks and so on. Was that an intentional one, or was that simply just a first go at it and it could be oriented in a different way? I'm just wondering if there's any, I'll call it solid rationale for this orientation. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you for the question. Yeah, this is a first go. So again, this is very infant. In a very preliminary pre-consultation meeting that we had a couple of years back, I guess at this point, it was raised by, I believe, the county that they perhaps would like to see an exit here out to the County Road 23. Whereas perhaps, I think it was municipality did not want to see that. Somebody was, one of the individuals at the pre-consultation was hoping for the entrance to be perhaps more straight instead of a curve coming in. All of these sorts of items, topics would be worked out through our transportation assessment to figure out what might be the best location for an entrance. Does there need to be an additional exit, or can it actually end in a cul-de-sac as presently shown? Again, just further highlighting that this is in a very infant stage.
Okay, thank you very much.
And might I ask, the residential first density that's being proposed here, while certainly I appreciate Councillor Sullivan's question, what does the residential first density in this particular instance accommodate? What would be the maximum number of homes? Understanding, of course, it's septic and well. Mr. Mosher, could you lend any insight?
A straight R1, Your Worship, would allow for there to be a single or a semi and additional residential units. Again, as is noted, there is no hydrogeological terrain analysis that's been completed to specify the number of lots that could be serviced by private services here. So that's the straight answer for what an R1 could permit. And then the other portion, I suppose, is that if the lots happen to be less than that acre, which it does not sound like they are, then they would not permit detached ARUs. So an R1 allows singles and semis. Singles and semis, when you look at the official plan, that is in keeping with the hamlet designations. Then you go through the refined area for Birds Rapids and its secondary plan, and it says it's probably more like singles. So if council was looking to specify a specific typology of house to single, that would certainly be appropriate and in keeping with the official plan. But R1 on its own would allow a single with ARUs and a semi.
And thank you so much. And is there a density per hectare? Like in this case, like what, could you calculate what you think the maximum number of homes could be, accepting that this developer may or may not be part of the equation in 5 years?
Thanks for the question. So it's our Hamlet policies and our Birds Rapids policies specify that the density of development on private services is going to be specifically understood by the hydrogeology of the area. So what it can support from water quantity and quality, and what it can service from a septage perspective.
Okay, thank you. That is helpful. Okay. Any other questions, colleagues, at this stage before we hear from members of the public? I know I have so many questions. I don't know where to start, but again, being very conscious of so many in the room who are eager to share their views with us. If there are no other questions, yes, Mr. Mosher.
I just want to say that I do want to be able to get to the list of things, but I would think it's best to hear from residents. So I've got this list. I'm going to check them off as these questions come up, and then make sure that we get to everything that was raised through the comment period.
I think that is very kind of you. Thank you, Mr. Mosher. So, Ms. Clark, we appreciate you being here. Can you remind us, this Sterling Group, Alison Clark, the Sterling Group, I have Julietta Holdings. Is it the Sterling Group that is the developer and the landowner is Julietta Holdings?
No, the landowner and the developer will be Julietta Holdings, Inc.
Okay.
The Sterling Group is
is a consulting firm.
Correct.
Supporting it, right. And Julietta Holdings does have other developments in neighboring communities, is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. Perhaps probably the most closest in proximity would be a development called Sterling Meadows in Brockville.
And how large is that development?
That's on municipal services, and it's 400 homes.
I see. Okay. And is there an interest in other neighboring lands? I mean, obviously, this is a very, as presented tonight, it's a very modest, we'll call it, in quotes, development. Can you speak to whether or not there would be an appetite to acquire other lands? And I only ask because even Equinel, as an example, right? So Equinel kind of started with a phase 1. They're on phase 6B or C. They've seen success, and they obviously, with that momentum, have sought to acquire other lands. Obviously, they're on urban services, so different scenario, but it's not uncommon sometimes to see development start small and then obviously, if the land and appetite is there, to evolve.
So with the existing owner and developer, as you've touched on, those things can change. But with the existing owner and developer, no, there's no intention to purchase additional lands. When I was giving my timeline regarding that I anticipate this, if there was a plan of subdivision to be filed by Julietta Holdings, Inc., and I was giving the timeline of years instead of months, there is a subdivision in a nearby area in Prescott that this developer is going to work on first before potentially turning their attention to this. So that's all that to say that through kind of work with the development that they're working on in Brockville, they've been focused on developments that are on municipal services. And this piece of property has sort of fallen down the priority list slightly.
And one more question, if I can ask, what do you have any sense of why North Granville, why this little corner of the world has become such a compelling proposition for the developer?
Just believe that the owner found the property and thought through a visit through the land that it was quite beautiful, as well as quite familiar with Birds Rapids. That's all I really know at this time.
You've been kind to answer my questions, so I appreciate it. Okay. Council colleagues, seeing nothing else, then we, I believe, now have an opportunity to hear from individuals who would like to speak in support or in opposition of the application. And of course, council can ask questions of any speaker just to clarify points or to better understand where someone is coming from. So thank you, Ms. Clark. I know you think you'll be sticking around just to hear the discussion.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I invite anyone wishing to speak at this time to come to the mic. And again, we may need to take a quick break if we're not able to get through everyone all at once. I'm conscious that council and staff have been here for quite some time. So why don't we hear from 3 and we might take a little pause so that we can be fully attentive for each speaker. And I'll just keep an eye on the time and we'll prompt you at the 10-minute mark. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hello, everybody. Thank you for all the information. We are here tonight as a community because collectively we object to the prospect of what you have described as a modest subdivision, which it certainly is compared to a 400-home subdivision, but by comparison to our very, very modest little community is a gargantuan subdivision. To give you some context, we have approximately, I believe the number, perhaps the exact number is 35 households in the hamlet of Burritts Rapids in the core on the island of Burritts Rapids. And with 22 lots, and am I right in hearing that the options are single home, duplex, or either the above and additional rental units?
And I'm sorry, we didn't get your name for the record.
Sorry, John Sobel.
Of course.
Resident of Burritts
Yeah,
Rapids.
indeed. So, Mr. Mosher, do you want to just speak to that now?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, that's correct. The R1 zone would permit that.
Okay, so that sounds like 3 households per lot or block would not be an unlikely or unambitious outcome. Conceivably, it could even be higher. But at 3 households on 22 lots, that's 16 new households, 66 rather new families in a community that has 35 currently. My understanding of something I've read, I could be wrong about the specifics, but that Kemptville has celebrated itself as one of the fastest growing communities in Eastern Ontario because its population has grown by approximately 25% in the past few years. I don't know if I'm right about that. I seem to recall having read that. However, compare that idea of being a fast-growing community to the prospect of having a tripling of our population overnight. A tripling. To suggest, as you did, Mr. Mosher, that this would not detract from the character or culture or sort of historic character of our community, the vast majority of which are buildings of 150, 175 years of age, is not defensible by any, I think, by any argument. It would fundamentally transform our community visually, so architecturally, culturally, in terms of the community character that has brought people to it for many years. It's of course the oldest community in the region. And for example, from my front door on the main street, I counted 15 buildings up and down the main street just on the island, of which 13 date to around 1850, 1860. And if you go across the bridge on the other side, there are more beautiful historic homes. The church at the top of the street is the oldest wooden church for I don't know how far around. If you cross the swing bridge, which is itself, of course, quite a historic bridge. It's the last and sort of functional swing bridge, I think, on the Rideau Canal, which is, of course, itself a UNESCO World Heritage Site. On the other side of that, there are more historic homes on either to the east or the west that would be kind of bounded by this subdivision. Now, adding 22, 44, or 66 or more new homes directly across from that, straight down the visual line of sight from that swing bridge and from the main street, will fundamentally change the character visually. I do not see how it could be argued otherwise. And my strong suggestion and encouragement here is that this not be approved with a holding. I believe that it's clear from much of the kind of preparatory work that's been done, from the presentation of a proposed kind of map, from the work to get it severed in the first place, to the fact that the land has been purchased by a developer for development, that the holding would really just set up some sort of boxes to be ticked. I'm not saying they are not meaningful in and of themselves. Hydrological studies are important if you're going to build a subdivision. Yes, but let us not build a subdivision there. It is not part of the community's understanding. It's not part of its culture. It's not part of the history. It's not part of why people live there and why people come from far around to visit Burritts Rapids, to walk the tip-to-tip trail, to walk those streets. Clearly, it is not in anybody's interest. I'll just conclude by saying that I know that you often get many delegations here who, are for and against different issues. And if someone comes to this table and says, I'm against this, I don't want it in my neighborhood, I know that usually you will be able to say to them, we understand that it's unfortunate, it's going to be disruptive, it's going to change things, but here are the benefits to the broader community of this thing, whatever it is that we're doing. We're building a library, or we're putting in a power plant, or whatever it is. There are pros and cons, and that's how it goes. I do not believe that there are pros for this community in any respect to the addition of 44, 66, or goodness knows how many new homes immediately across the street in what is now a farmer's field. And for that reason, I do not think that it should be passed with a holding, because that is just going to, it's almost a guarantee that it will get built in the end, from my perspective. Now is the time to say no, when you have the power to say no, and to draw that line so that it's very clear. Thank you very much. I turn it over to some of my neighbors.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor, I believe you had a question?
John? Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
John, yeah.
I left too quickly.
That's okay. It's okay. I'm at the risk of slowing things down. I know we all need a break, and maybe I would suggest to the mayor that after my questions and those of my colleagues, that maybe we'll take a 5-minute break. We need to be refreshed. I hear what you're saying about the impact of, as you say, 20, 30, 40 would have on your community. But it's hard for me to reconcile the fact that from what you've presented, that the only kind of new neighbor you'd accept is someone who could build a 150-year-old home. Well, certainly there must be. I live in Oxford Mills, and next to Burritts Rapids, it may be designated a historical community designation, whatever. I would certainly like to see, the heritage value of, what I call downtown Oxford Mills preserved. But I don't want to be a dog in the manger and prevent other people from enjoying this beautiful hamlet that I live in. So, I mean, what kind of new development would you be willing to accept?
Well, so there have been a number of new homes built on both sides of the river, very close by to Burritts Rapids, just beyond the lock. There are 2 new homes that have been built in the past couple of years. No one has had any objection to those homes being built, to my knowledge. The Boathouse Cafe is opened. There are homes, again, on both sides that have been built, and other lots that are being sold and will be built. Individual lots go with the architecture of the area, which is roads, houses, not subdivisions with high density. So I don't think I would accept that at all. I don't think that that's appropriate. In terms, it's a good question, because you said why, it's not a matter of keeping people out, but small can be good too. We're a small little village. It's called a hamlet for a reason. And, if I live in the town of, Bob's Hamlet. We're 50,000 people. Yes, we used to be a hamlet, but that's gone. We would not like to see that happen. We want to remain a small place. And as you surely know, just down the road, couple kilometers in the next county over, there is a proposed development of 56 2,500 to 3,500 homes on a lot directly on the Rideau Canal in probably the most beautiful little corner of Eastern Ontario that you could ever find on River Road. It's an outrageous imposition that environmentally, geographically, architecturally, communally, has no relation to anything there that's ever been there for hundreds of years. And yet they're trying to make it happen purely to make a buck. Everyone here makes a living. We understand making a buck. No one's afraid to work or thinks that that shouldn't be okay, but it can't be at the expense of what made that place so good in the first place. That's just not a way to operate. And so one thing I would say is, if that were to go through and this were to go through, it would be game over for all the communities and people who live along the river. It would just be, down the road, I can imagine many subdivisions. And this would be a time to kind of draw a bit of a line in the sand and say, we're going to protect some areas, grow other areas. And I get modest growth. If there were 4 houses or 6 houses going up on the other side of the street around that field with trees in between them, I don't think you'd see anything like the same number of people here. But that's not what's proposed, right? So that's very hypothetical. What is being proposed is single home, duplex, plus additional rental units on 22 lots. And that, from our perspective, is just not acceptable. There's nothing in it for us except the erosion of everything that people value in our community. I mean, we have nothing against the people who want to live there, but there's a reason why we're here. And those people would be coming for other reasons. And that's a kind of challenge that, on the scale it is, I don't think any community could be reasonably expected to manage, and certainly not one that is such a gem.
Thank you so much.
I'm talking backwards now,
And
but you get my points. Yep.
Indeed, we certainly do. And I made a commitment to hearing from 3 members of the public, and I'd like to honor that unless council colleagues are eager to get a break. We do need to take a break. So, all right, so let's carry on. We'll hear from 2 others and take a break. I do promise colleagues and staff that we will take a break no later than 9:30. And I will keep an eye on the time. Thank you. So I'll cue you at the 10-minute mark. Thanks.
All right. Yeah, I'm not going to talk for long.
Thanks.
Hi, everyone. My name is Drew Avis. I'm a resident of Burt's Rapids. I've lived there for almost 14 years. I live at a property, the corner of which abuts the property that we're talking about. I just wanted to make, I'm speaking in opposition to this, of course, a point about the subject property and why residents are so concerned about sightlines and how it will impact our community. None of the satellite photos show this, but the topography of that site is such that it rises probably 10 or 15 feet as it goes south, and it's well above the ground level of the village itself on the hamlet core. So anything that gets built on this site is going to be highly visible from many points in the village, including from the canal, from the tip-to-tip trail. So I think that's important to understand why people are kind of concerned about the impact that this is going to have. I think the other concern is the radical change in density from rural, which it is now, to residential first density, and the kinds of uses. And I think John talked about that quite clearly. I have a question probably for Mr. Mosher about the current zoning as rural. Does that preclude a plan of subdivision?
Through you, Madam Mayor. No, it would not. But in order to do the subdivision, a zone amendment would be required within the hamlet area. So some type of an exercise like that would be required.
But, okay, but if I understand correctly, with the current zoning, there could still be a subdivision, but it would have to be on much larger lots.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yep, that's right.
Okay. So, yeah, I would, for that reason as well, I think, and this goes to what you were asking, John, about what kind of development I think the community would be comfortable with. I think that the current zoning is suitable for the kind of development that the community would find more acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Drew this time? Okay, thank you, Drew.
Hello, my name is Inga Van Gemeren, a resident of Burt's Rapids for the last 30 years. And since my husband won't leave, it'll be till the day I die. So I really appreciate the work that Phil has done. I may not agree with his recommendation, but I know that his analysis and assessment gave us the meat to try to understand what was happening. I do want to very specifically call out that the new owner purchased this property about 3 years ago. Application was made initially sometimes in June, but the actual formal application for rezoning was submitted 56 days ago. The Burt's Rapids community has been asking for changes to our streetscape, to the traffic, to the safety of our pedestrians for 6.5 years. We're not finished, let alone ready to start executing, and we don't even expect immediate execution, but we would like that plan. So here's part of the problem is what this all says to me is the developer gets addressed. The existing residents, you're going to have to be patient because things take time. We're all busy with other things. That's not a message I don't think you want to portray. And with that, the subdivision, whether it is 22 or 99, is going to have a significant impact on the traffic through Burt's Rapids. And that is the entire thing which Public Works is trying to resolve for us right now. So it almost kind of says, well, throw the baby out with the bathwater because we may have to start again. Do we have, are the 90% complete plans, as I understand them to be, going to be able to address, do they understand what they will be addressing in the future in terms of the quantity and frequency and this, the commuting zone, the rush hour that goes through Burt's Rapids today? So, I mean, it's all very, very, very integrated. And then last but not least, I know that there's several references to the Hamlet of Burt's Rapids policies that are in the official plan. And the words used to kind of summarize them is the fact that they've been accounted for. Not that they've been respected, not that they have influenced or changed anything in the application, but they have simply been accounted for, i.e. considered. In my mind, the entirety of section 8.3, which is a set of Hamlet policies specifically for Burt's Rapids, and it goes multiple pages, has been completely discounted, downplayed, and effectively ignored, which just makes me lose faith in the entire planning, official plan process, that it really is not worth the paper it's written on. So I ask you to give very clean consideration to that, careful consideration. This is a really complicated file, there's no doubt about it. But I think you have the ability, perhaps in addition to the H status, of being able to specify some minimum expectations. Don't ruin the sight lines. A big thing for me is this extension of the hamlet, is it part? Is it an integrated component? So there'll be sidewalks connecting both sides so that the new residents can walk over and use the beach, use the trail, use the mailboxes and all the other things they're going to use. Or because it doesn't have to have anything to do with the amassed form and density of our existing hamlet, should we just have it? Great, put up a really big tree line and be yourself. Okay, because that's a possibility that the entire community could possibly support, because it doesn't visually interfere, let alone doesn't solve the traffic issues. But you can only solve so many things with one particular go. So I ask very much that those all pieces get considered, because you do have some additional constraints you can have right from the get-go in terms of size and density. Last real quick thing. I want to point out that even though there may not be a common feature or a visible feature that you can say, yes, this exists on every one of the properties on the island or within the scope that Mr. Sobel described, you have to look at what's not there. What is not there are front yards, exposed basements, are garages, there's a number of factors that do in fact make for a very cohesive, consistent community that is completely unlikely to ever be duplicated or replicated in any way, shape, or form in a subdivision, which is clearly going to have large houses, multi-unit houses, and they're going to be not in the affordable range by any sense. My daughter would like to say something very quickly.
Hello, my name is Alyssa McCann. I'm a lifelong resident of Burt's Rapids. I almost joke it's a big part of my personality. I'm very proud to be from Burt's Rapids. And I think sort of along the lines of what my mom has said is that change and development is not what we're against. It's that this, as we see currently, does not add any value or bring any benefit to us. So if there is benefit that can be had, then we're not going to be against change in any way. But it's that there hasn't been anything to show us that this will actually benefit our community, and rather the opposite. So, thank you.
So thank you. Before you go, colleagues, do you have any questions of our latest members of the public, Inga and her lovely daughter, before we take a quick break? Any questions or? Okay, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Not a question, just a comment. Inga, thank you very much for reminding us of the long journey that you've been on and the municipality has been on. Prior to our election in 2018, we, most of us on council, 3 of us on council at least, attended Burt's Rapids Community Association meetings and heard all about your concerns about the heritage, the built heritage, and the streetscape in Burt's Rapids. I share your frustration that we're not there yet and implementing some of those ideas, but you should acknowledge that this council has been very supportive of you. Things take a long time, much longer than a well-oiled planning department can put forward a plan for subdivision or a zoning amendment. So stick with it. As far as I'm concerned, I've got your back in trying to move things forward. And that's it. Thank you.
If I may respond quickly, if you said stick with us, if I knew that all of you were going to be here through the point at which said holding would be considered for removal or not, I would feel a lot better. But we have learned a lot of lessons in the 30 years that I've been here interacting with the various council members and the various mayors and the various members of planning and public works. So I'm cautious and I hope that I'm wrong.
Thank you. Thank you. So we are gonna take a quick break. It does involve a council motion, believe it or not. And then I want to recognize Andrea and the gentleman behind her as the first speakers for when we resume. And I'm asking for a 10-minute break, colleagues. We've been sitting for a long time. I think 10 minutes is the bare minimum. So who would like to move us into a quick recess? Councillor Sullivan, Deputy Mayor. Okay, thank you. And I'll call the question. All in favor? Thanks.
Okay, so. Oh, but for all of that, it's on.
So you know where. I know. And then there's a little change. And there's a sign. Yeah, so. All right, we're going to convene in just a couple of minutes. Okay, colleagues. We're going to reconvene. And I believe we did have, Andrea, were you planning to speak? As I had recognized you as the next up speaker? Okay. And then the gentleman behind you, and then, of course, all those who are standing? Oh, okay. Okay. You can self-organize. It's okay. Indeed. Okay. Thank you. And just your name and address for the
Yeah,
record.
my
please.
name is Wanda Jameson. We're at 1840 Burritts Rapids Road, so kind of close to Davis Road, but very much loving Burritts Rapids and our whole area. And I'm going to keep this pretty short because a number of the issues that I wanted to raise have been raised already, so I'm not going to repeat them. But I just want to, I guess, reiterate that I think it's quite clear from what you've heard so far that nobody in our hood really feels that the Burritts Rapids community perspective has been adequately considered at this point in time. And we know it's a complicated file because, you know, which piece comes first, but there has been a lot of engagement in the past, so this feels a bit odd and awkward. The second piece I would like to raise is that the zoning bylaw amendment itself really does seem premature. There are so many critical issues that haven't been addressed. And, you know, I'm thinking things like health and safety. I'm thinking of the technical feasibility related to the water quality and the water security and public health. You know, this area would be on septic systems. There's issues around septic removal and processing in the area, stormwater controls, all that sort of thing still needs to be covered. And I know that it's been acknowledged that there would be some studies would address this, but you know, even things like the transportation piece is way more complex than just, oh, well, how many cars can we fit on this road or what have you. There's the active transportation piece. There's how fire and emergency services would be able to get in and through to that area. There's lots of issues. There's the active transportation issue, particularly since this road is, again, one of the most scenic roads in the county, really. It really is. And we have so many people who use it, not just residents, but people for recreation. There's groups hiking, there's cyclists, there's walks for dad, walks for this, walks for that. It's a very, very busy place. There are no sidewalks on any of those roads. We all go on the good faith that
cars are going to slow down, that cars are going to stay where they're supposed to be on the road. But we all know that there's been situations when there's been a lot of close calls. So a lot of those things are huge, and they also have a huge fiscal impact. And we note that there has been no analysis done from a fiscal impact perspective. And by that, I want to refer to things like when we're looking at basic infrastructure, roads, transportation, schools, health services, all of those things are going to cost money. And we know that there have been some impact studies that have looked at where is the best place to do development, and it's not in a rural area where there are no such services, where we would have to deal with all of these infrastructure pieces as well. I think yes, I think I've raised probably all the key points that I want to, beyond reiterating, because I live in between Burritts and the development that I believe Mr. Sobel referred to at 819 River Road, Orchards of River Bend. And it is most disconcerting to live on an agricultural property, prime agricultural land, which is where we live. Our land is farmed for hay. And to think that there would be two subdivisions potentially bookending our, first of all, hampering our one community, bookending our lives without sort of any type of coordinated approach to looking at these. And I'm thinking in particular with respect to the traffic issue. We need to be looking at that road as a whole road. We need to be looking at the community as a whole community. And I feel that we're just not there yet. And I think that's the general sense tonight, that there are just so many unanswered questions that it's much, much too premature to be proceeding with the rezoning. So I thank you for deciding to take a little bit more time to look at this. And we hope that as we move forward, we can come to some better place than where it feels tonight for many of us who are residents. Thank you.
And before you go, thank you so much. I just want to make sure that I invite council colleagues. Any questions for our latest speaker? Okay. Thank you again for taking the time and for your patience. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Button.
There you go. You got it.
Magic button has been hit. Okay, we're good to go. Thank you for being here all tonight, obviously, and thank you for the opportunity to present. I did send my discussion notes in, which I describe these as discussion notes of just points that are very important to me in terms of looking at the whole project. So I'm just going to read out these because I also want the folks that are here to be able to hear what I'm sort of thinking of. There's three thematics to my thought, and we're hearing this through other people as well, is water is my number one concern about how that we have enough, that our aquifers are being protected, that we understand how they work, both from the Ottawa side running down into North Grenville, because again, you know, we're together, we're apart and together. But that's a very big concern of mine, that we have enough water and we have enough water going forward. Second aspect is certainly the impact of additional traffic and citizens on the quality of life. And the third part is the preservation of the rural character of our historical village. I think that's not negotiable whatsoever. And in fact, I would say those three things are not negotiable in any way. So I'm just going to read through my notes quite quickly. And if you've got any questions, you can certainly stop me. So these are my questions. I'd also like to recognize Mary Hegan. Mary? She worked on this with me. So we sat down and put our heads together and ended up coming up with this. So my question, how does this proposed plan of subdivision fit into a local watershed approach? Knowing that all systems are connected and everything's integrated, touching one thing can negatively impact others. So I really think that we need for that property a complete and integrated water management plan and water management map of the greater area before we start plunking wells in places where they never have been. Because I do have concerns about water management and whether we ever will run out. How does the change in development affect those already living here, plus the biodiversity and groundwater recharging now and beyond? So again, more into the water side. We need that oral record, plus we need that local knowledge that there, isn't complete information on the local aquifers. So we need that on the Ottawa side, we need that on the NG side, in order to thoroughly understand the water needs and what could possibly happen before permitting ever goes forward. So if this move goes forward, who will be liable, or if when existing adjacent wells go dry and this happens? Right? This is not imaginary, but these things do happen. So if we can't predict how that water is going to move and how much water we have to meet our needs, that is something that is on my mind. And I think that's one of the worst things that could possibly happen to any landowner in our area, is that well goes dry. Two is the development requires respecting the existing water systems and preferably positively enhancing them. So the systems need to consider the effects of flooding, the need for growing agricultural products for animals and human consumption, the impacts from potential wildfires and other climate effects. So again, more on the water side. I'd like to see the build for that subdivision be a build for the future and to enhance the greater existing village, which was founded in 1793, and others have spoken to that. So aesthetically and pragmatically, what would that look like and how would it fit in, and does it make sense for our community? I'd like to see enhanced water conservation measures to protect the groundwater sources, mitigate significant weather events, which we're having more frequently now, and continue to provide permanent and seasonal habitat for seasonal birds and wildlife. And it's interesting looking at that property. You can send people out and go, would you just go and kind of tell us what's there? It's on a one-off basis, and that doesn't cut it. It has no idea. Nobody has any idea until you live adjacent to it and you're walking and you're living near and with it. We really don't have an idea about the complete wealth of the property until you've been in that position. And there's a lot of people in our community who do that. They walk everywhere and make notes and are very aware of what's happening. So I want to make sure that kind of is integrated into the plan as well, or thought around that. So advocate for systems thinking, innovative water management versus, maybe the same old that we've always done. So item number 3, the social and emotional dynamic of plunking a new community in an established community. There appears to be no public green. I've looked at the plan, gone through the plan, perhaps I've missed it, but there appears to be no public green space allotted in the plan. So what is the developer doing for that? So what kinds of play areas and equipment will there be for children in the subdivision? What public walking trails will be created for shelter and communing with nature on that property to increase the overall availability of trails to all residents? So as you know, there's more people coming into our community to visit, and the Tip-to-Tip Trail, which is of huge value to all of us, is our primary trail, is our primary place for everybody to go to. But it's getting busy now, okay? It's not like it used to be. And adding more properties in and certainly advertising in a broader sense means there's more people on those trails. We need more trails for the public to use beyond that. There appears to be no plan for the installation of reasonably mature trees and native plantings. That wasn't, maybe it's early in the plan to consider that. But we do have the Ferguson Forest Center, who sells all the indigenous plants that we could want. And that could be a big part of what would maybe make that space or make that subdivision more attractive. So what shade and common areas, and then another question, what shade and common areas and social facilities will be made available to the new residents on that site? How will the increase in residents and their guests impact the use and availability of the tiny beloved public beach that we have, the play structure and the single tennis basketball court? And I mentioned the Tip-to-Trip Trail as well, is that we have limited amenities that are already well used. So what are they going to put up there to add value for their people? And I'm not saying it's, has to be them and us. It's not that. But the reality is things are getting busier all the time. The beach is very busy in the summer now. And how will a new subdivision impact school busing in the existing community? Will it lead to overcrowding? Is there anything that we should be considering that? From an aesthetic and historical perspective, the proposed subdivision does not maintain, at least based on the work of the developer that I can see in Brockville, for example, the proposed subdivision does not maintain or enhance the rural character of the historic hamlet of Burt's Rapids. In fact, it will greatly diminish the overall rural setting and feel of the historic village. It will potentially pave the way for additional development of that sort. So within the municipality, within the hamlet, once that's in, you've set a precedent. It's pretty hard to go back and argue against putting another one in. So I think it's really worth, thinking about that. And it's in our village as well as other hamlets within the municipality too. So it's not like the subdivision will be hidden from plain sight. It sits on a rise to the immediate south of the village, adjacent to a main artery into town. It is not hard to imagine how a Barrhaven style installation will affect the overall aesthetic of our beloved and beautiful place. And it would take years for trees and other plantings to have any real impact that may take that edge off of how it looks, the starkness of how it looks. And I am concerned that, to quote Joni Mitchell, who has the right to pave paradise and put up a parking lot? I mean, this kind of development doesn't have a place in any of the hamlets here, in my opinion. I'm almost done. There's some various things that are not related to water or space planning. Based on lived experience from current residents, there is no safe place for the installation of an access road to the property, as identified in the drawing across from River Road. The existing curve in the proposed T-junction at the top of the village can be dangerous due to excessive speed, weather, lack of visibility, school buses, etc. Increased infill and resulting traffic in the vicinity will only make that more challenging. B, it is a car-centric development with no local amenities, no grocery store, no schools, etc. So it is necessary to drive everywhere if you live in that subdivision. So 0 green points, and definitely, in my estimation, out-of-date thinking. It's not stranded investment, but it's in a place where you have to get in your car every single time you need to move your kid or you need to go to work or whatever. And so my final point is there will be increased traffic on the historic Burt's Rapids Swing Bridge, which is owned and operated by Parks Canada. With the permanent closing of the bridge at Nicholson's Lock due to budget constraints, this is the only crossing of the river and canal between Kemptville and Merrickville. Parks Canada operates on a tight budget, so there is little flex for repairs. Parks Canada could not afford to restore the historic Andrewsville Bridge, so we all lost that critical second crossing. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. You covered a lot of ground, so we appreciate. Okay. I'm not sure, are there any questions? Yep, that sounds good. And I think for the record, did you get what you needed, clerk? Okay, great. Andrea has also sent in written communication, so we do have her name. Welcome. Thank you, sir. You could just remind us of your name?
Dean Hamill. I'm the property immediately abutting the proposed Cineverts.
You were
I'm
the-
going to limit my comments simply to the application for the rezoning amendment, knowing that and acknowledging that the proposal for any kind of a subdivision is so early on its infancy and as acknowledged by the project manager, likely and subject to change. I do believe that they are sincere in committing to 1-acre lots with single-family dwellings. R1 risks that intent. And that is my primary concern. It's the densification that is inappropriate. I respectfully disagree with Mr. Mosher in his characterization that what's in the core of the hamlet applies equally to the North Grenville side. It doesn't. It's relevantly different in terms of how the land is used. It is larger lots, much larger lots. It's a different feel. And so I don't believe that an R1 densification on the south side of the river is appropriate in any way, shape, or form. Many of the concerns that you had are predicated on the assumption that there's going to be this massive intensification and densification on that property. And I think that is where our concern is. And personally, I would like to see that zoning not proceed as an R1 to preclude the ability for semi-detached rural housing, that type of development, because although it's not this owner's intent, that amendment to the bylaw permits it. And that's what I would object to. Questions?
How long have you been, so you're the abutting property owner? Is that what I understood? Okay. And how long?
15 years.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
So all the other, I emailed a number commenting in for consideration part of the planning, focused mostly on the policy instruments in place and how I believe that there is non-compliance or not fulsome consideration. I'm sure that Phil is going to go through those carefully and respond.
And do you have active farmland or are you just strictly residential?
So my preference would be lots the same size as mine.
It's
So-
the same size?
So I would love them to all be 4 acres with a single family house on it. I know that's not realistic. But no, we are not actively farming. We actually returned our back 2 acres to forest when we bought the property. So it's not an active farm at all.
And might I ask if that restriction was placed on the development, does that give you, I understand it would give you comfort, but would you be more, I don't want words in your
I am
mouth.
not opposed to development.
Right.
I want to be very, very clear about that.
Okay,
It is the densification
indeed.
that I am concerned with.
So you would have a higher degree of comfort?
With all the studies, particularly hydrological.
Yes.
Yes, because it's my well that's at risk.
Indeed, indeed. And with that in mind, you believe that the restriction to 1 acre lots, notwithstanding the results from a myriad of studies that could reveal other complexities of which no one would be aware at this stage?
Not ideal. I'd like to see larger, but I think that's reasonable.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Hello to all. My name is Sean McCann, and apparently I'm the one who won't leave Burt's Rapids. I've lived in Burt's Rapids for 30 years, started a family, kind of got to like Burt's Rapids. And I'm struggling to figure out how to express myself to council and members of staff. So I'm going to do my best. And part of what I'm trying to do is I'm looking at the complexity of all the documentation, and it's very complex. And I'm just gonna, I heard Dean talk about the core of the village, and he said what applies to the core of the village should not be used as a guideline for density outside the village. And you'll find those terms in the official plan. You'll find that the official planners, your predecessors, they were trying to help the village, and they crafted all sorts of language that I'm holding in this very heavy book, which I don't even want to read, and I've read part of it already. But what I want to address is the core of Burt's Rapids are people who care about Burt's Rapids. It's that simple. And so the people who care about Burt's Rapids are here. So I believe all members of council not only care about Burt's Rapids, they've proven by their actions and by their interest. And I feel the same about staff. And obviously the residents are here because they care about Burt's Rapids. And to me, that's where the message I'm trying to convey is, as all these documents got created, the villagers or those who care about Burt's Rapids don't care about North Grenville or Leeds and Grenville or Oxford-on-Rideau or the city of Ottawa or South Carleton. They care about the village as a whole, right? And it doesn't have these artificial boundaries. So villagers will read the official plan, or those who care about it, and they'll take the intent of those words and they'll apply it to their understanding of the village of Burt's Rapids, which is, you can just see in the planner's presentation, the county draws lines differently than the municipality, differently than the province will impose on us. So my main message is that all of the words of this document I see as what you turn to when you try to do something according to a plan. And when I read the report to council from the planning department in North Grenville, this is a public consultation, and I'm trying, how do I get my message across? I see a lot of intent, and I even see an intent to help the village, right? And part of the reason we're here is the way this was done. So I see it, Mr. Mosher. But when I look at the logic and the reasoning, I'll describe a benefit of living in Burt's Rapids. We have a community hall. It's our last remaining local facility. and there's Pilates offered multiple times a week. And my wife has noticed I'm getting stiff and cranky, and she dragged me to Pilates. And so I've been learning to stretch. And if I stretch as far as I possibly can, I still can't support the logic that is proposed here in this report. I can't do it. And at the risk of debating an expert, which I am not an expert, I don't even want to read more, but I read the report. It's 50 pages long and it's impressive. Someone put care into it. But you quote like section 12.4 of the official plan, and I just want to read the first line. It says, it's the intention of the municipality to encourage development to take place primarily in the town of Kemptville, and to a lesser extent, the rural residential areas and the hamlets. So I'm like, okay, so to me, there's a developer, maybe he's here or their company, but certainly they've contracted someone to submit papers to cause municipal staff to do some analysis and make some reports. But they have an objective, and it's not evil, but is that what North Grenville wants for the municipality of North Grenville? So first and foremost is, does that make sense? The boundary that is being used right here, there's a hamlet boundary. And I'm no expert, but what I think is happening here is that it's kind of like the presentation on the aggregates. Someone got some land earmarked, and that opens the door to people to say, I know the rules inside out and backwards in the province, and I can use this to get an amendment, and I get intensification, and I can make money on my development. But that boundary was created, and I don't know how long. So Mr. Mosher likely knows the answers that I don't. But at the time, they would have been thinking a few things. Burritts Rapids, we had a store, we had a library, we had a post office, we had a gas station, we had a blacksmith shop, we had mills, we had a jail. So you could be incarcerated, you could be employed, you could get your car fixed, you could get your horse, but they're all gone. So the premise for wanting to build intensified housing, like, it doesn't make sense, right? And so I'm just saying, when I look at these things, I feel this is a guidebook for people to try to implement a thoughtful plan. And I would just ask that, staff and council continue to try to adopt that same philosophy to look and see what makes sense for North Grenville and Burritts Rapids. And I think you'll know from our long efforts, everybody here wants to work with staff and the council. And we're not trying to be selfish. We're trying to preserve something that has magically survived this long. And it's by luck, but it's also intervention by some pretty dedicated people on special occasions that have resulted in the protection of Burritts Rapids. I'll pause there. And I won't even quote section 8.3.5, but Phil, I believe you need to read that section, because we fought, and it wasn't, Ms. Van Gemeren mentioned, we've been waiting 6 years. The visioning exercise was 2016. Pretty sure that's 10 years. And that was a genuine effort to try to take the messiness away from people who are trying to do good, but if people aren't aligned or haven't given a thought. So that investment was made to give guidance or share common thoughts so that you could help us make sure that things that happen in that village were done in a thoughtful way.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments at this stage?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very well said. Thank you. Hi.
Keep it really quick because it's past my bedtime.
I
and
know.
I'm sure it's.
I'm really sorry.
I just
You
want to know if
apologize.
there's a formal information or like notification process for anything impacting this property, for any of the neighbors and impacting like property around it.
I think there should have been, there was. So Mr. Mosher, can you speak to how neighboring properties or properties in the vicinity would have been notified?
Yeah, so we post a notice on the site, and then people within 120 meters of the subject property get a personal service mail delivered to their house. And
I'm
then,
right across the street and many of the neighbors around me. So when I look out my front window, I can actually see the survey flags. So we didn't get notification, which is pretty disheartening. We just want to be involved and be notified. We did get the severance application, and we would really like to be notified. Like, the whole community wants to make sure we know what's happening.
Can we grab the address?
Yes.
To double
I'm so sorry, I forgot to ask your name.
Christy Everhart. I'm at 6139 Birds Rapids Road.
Thank you. We can double check and we'll get back to Ms. Everhart.
We certainly,
know
I
my
think it
neighbors.
is the intention to obviously honor that notification imperative. So we apologize if for some reason it didn't get to you.
I found out by a neighbor walking
Oh.
across my driveway this morning. That's a few of us, same thing. So, and I just wanted to mimic what everybody else is saying, you know, getting these assessments done, being that we reside in the area, I think that there might be some realizations from the assessments and surveys and whatnot that might impact the development. So this zoning should probably like be put on hold until at least they know that they can build and what impact it's going to have. So thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for your patience. Much appreciated. Okay, come on down.
Well, good evening, Mayor Peckford and council and staff and all my neighbors. Thank you for hearing my submission. My name is Bart Bilmer, and I'm a biologist by training. And my spouse and I have lived in Birds Rapids for over 8 years now. My comments tonight, I sent in a submission, but are focused on the environmental impact study that was used as a basis for the rezoning proposal. I spent numerous hours and days going through that, and I was disappointed to learn that it was sort of already accepted by staff. I'm not exactly sure if that was Lees and Grenville or North Grenville staff, but that's what I've read anyway, according to some of the documents. I'd say I've spent a career reviewing documents such as these, and I found, I guess I found that numerous flaws in the document, like almost too many to mention tonight for sure. And I know I'd be unhappy receiving such a document from my employees if I had to make that many comments on it. Like, it shouldn't have come even to the manager, to me, let's say, from an employee.
That being said, of course, we're offering subjective analyses here. So I know our staff work very hard. So I understand that
I
you-
don't want to,
Yes.
I just want to
Indeed.
identify some of the things that I found.
That you perceive as gaps or flaws. Absolutely.
For
But
sure.
Definitely want to recognize that people are working very, very hard to lend their professional expertise to these files. Thank you.
Absolutely. And, I want to make a comment, and this is an area of expertise that perhaps you could say I have. And so I think it's fair to bring it up. I'd like to make, and of course, I'm not going to go through the whole 10 pages, but I have 4 sort of general comments I would make and observations in general on the study. First, I felt that key data was interpreted in favor of the developer. And I think with little explanation or alternative kind of explanations where that was possible. And when I say key, I think affecting information such as threatened species. I think most of my neighbors are probably, if anyone's opened it, like the bobolink, everyone's going to know more about the bobolink by the end of this process, I'm sure. Also, the information on the bats, information on the turtles. I think there were things that were interpreted in a certain way that perhaps the report could have expanded on, been more clear on. I didn't feel I could accept what was the sort of stated conclusions. Second, I felt other ideas and analysis were not fully developed. Information was identified, but not really elaborated in terms of ideas that may oppose the development or go against the development in some way. For example, discussions of the tributary to the Rideau, tree protection, soil studies, for example. I think there were the conclusions an analysis to the extent it was there sort of was one directional. Third comment, I think there were a lot of barriers to understanding the report if you read through. And I think it affected obviously the readability and interpretation of information. So for example, acronyms that weren't spelled out or explained, references to regulations and policies, but with no explanation of the regulations and policies, unclear tables and figures. It's not clear why they were there. They may not have been referenced in the text. And analysis that was, in some cases, I mean, maybe I've already said this, but my opinion was poor. I wouldn't have accepted it from my staff. Finally, other sections of the report kind of mixed fact presenting with the intentions of the developer. So I would have expected the information to be presented and, you know, the intentions of the developer to be covered in a separate section. Instead, they were kind of mixed and which I think made the information look biased, whereas it could have been presented in a neutral fashion. Here's the facts, and then a later section could refer back to that information and provide any information or interpretation. So I felt that I left the bias part to the end because I thought that was, we shouldn't be able to say that about this report. We shouldn't have been able to say that. So that's all. I didn't want to go on too long, but that's what I wanted to say. I'd like to conclude by just saying I would like to propose a re-review of the environmental impact study document, taking into account the comments I made, possibly that other people have made, and then do I think a full and proper peer review. So based on that, I'd like to ask for a delay on any decision on rezoning until that matter, because it did seem to play a key role in framing a proposal for where the lots were, where the blocks were. Like it seemed there were some pretty advanced ideas. I think it's been said earlier tonight that, well, this is only preliminary, but if you read that study, things were put in certain places based on the conclusions of the study. And I think the study is fundamentally flawed. And I think another look needs to be taken at it. So thank you very much. Any questions? Sorry.
I think we're okay. Thank you. Seeing no hands. And again, I just want to emphasize that, you know, under the Planning Act, there are particular constraints in terms of how information is assessed and analyzed. So again, I don't pretend to know this area intimately, but I certainly know our staff are doing their best with the information they have. And this is, again, in some respects, a very preliminary visioning of what this development could look like. But of course, we always appreciate comments from the public. But I do feel it's important to emphasize that as humans doing these jobs with very particular constraints, I think there's some limitations to how information can be presented and digested. And I know Mr. Mosher and Ms. Martin work very hard. And while at the end of the day, we don't always align with their recommendations, and these public meetings are incredibly valuable to us, we do certainly recognize and respect their work. That being said, there's always developments in planning that enable us to reflect in new and different ways on impact. So I think we have one more speaker. Oh, this is too high. Those chairs are tough.
I'm really short. Stephanie Hamill, my husband spoke. I'm going to keep it short because he sent in a lot already. This is just stuff that came up, a question that I have really in the progress of this meeting. So if I understand correctly, this is coming about primarily because of the severance. It's the zoning is holding up that severance. Correct? Okay. And I think Mr. Mosher, you kind of really focused on the fact that the holding was there as and I now that I understand that there's a holding, I am all for the holding. Sounds great. So I think the main issue and hesitation for most of us, maybe all of us, is the fact that you're proposing R1 and the potential density. There was a question of if it was rural or zoned rural, would there be a restriction to the number of potential blocks? And you mentioned that it would be much less. Can you give me an idea? People were saying up to 66 for the R1. What's an idea of if it stayed rural?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there's kind of 3 zone categories that could be used here. So there's the R1, that says half an acre size. There's the rural residential, which is not traditionally used in this kind of context, but that minimum lot size is 1 acre. And then there's rural itself, which is typically reserved for traditional rural properties, not within hamlets, and that's up to 2.5 acres.
Okay. So, I mean, to my husband's point, he mentioned it is quite different from the village core to this side. If you look around, they are all rural. They're either previously farmland or, something like that. When I looked for this property, I looked for rural. I looked for something that was farmland without buildings. Not necessarily because I wanted to farm. It was because I didn't want to see 3-4 neighbors next to me. I like my space. I think the character of the South Side is more rural, not even rural residential. And if is it the difference between the hamlet designation and the rural designation of the county that is holding up the process?
Through you, Madam Mayor, which process are you speaking about? And I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just trying to really understand that I'm answering the
The
question.
severance process, the fact that they don't match. If it was rural and in both the plans, does that mean that severance could go through?
Through you, Madam Mayor, in that instance, looking at what the hamlet policies are and the Birds Rapids specific policies, I would have still suggested as a staff person that some zone amendment is needed to occur to align with the underlying official plan policies there.
Okay. I guess I'm just suggesting that you strongly consider perhaps a rural designation because that limits the density and addresses a large part of many of our concerns, even with a holding, like rural with holding, and then that severance can go through and they can still apply for a subdivision of some sort. But that potentially puts the limits in place that would satisfy many.
Indeed, thank you. And I'm cautious about stating my understanding of the Planning Act because it's nuanced, but certainly, Mr. Mosher, correct me if I'm wrong, but certainly an applicant, being a developer or private property owner, can make that application for rezoning. It is at the discretion of the developer to pursue a potential rezoning, and then it's up to obviously staff and council to deliberate over the application. But the applicant certainly has the right under the Ontario Planning Act to seek the rezoning. Certainly, I think in the absence of an application, I'm not sure we'd be having this discussion tonight because it is there's a formal mechanism by which any property owner can seek changes to how they might choose to use their lands. So certainly not initiated by council or staff, but something that comes from the owner of the lands. And Mr. Mosher, if I've missed anything key there, please. Okay. So it was, you're correct, and it was good to hear from Mr. Mosher that as it exists, the property can be developed. But clearly, as we heard from the applicant's representative earlier this evening, and I'm stating this in a very neutral way, there's a desire on the part of that property owner to go beyond the current provisions for development on the land. So they have the right under the Planning Act to pursue an application, which initially goes through staff and ultimately comes to us. So they are the trigger.
So I guess I misunderstood. I
Mhm.
thought that the R1
Mhm.
was a staff recommendation.
I believe it certainly is a staff recommendation ultimately. So that is correct. But the exercise we're going through now is, of course, initiated by the developer in terms of wanting to expand what's possible on their lands, and then staff assess what's viable and what is in conformity with their understanding of a variety of policy provisions, and do come to council with a recommendation that we can accept or reject. And
So
both have their, yeah.
So they couldn't come back and say, well, instead of the R1, we would recommend.
Oh, no, certainly they
approval?
could. It's at staff's discretion to decide what's appropriate in their view, for a particular use of land. And I think, just to be clear, we've heard loud and clear tonight that there's, I think, a strong appetite to see restrictions that may go beyond that R1 or can be accommodated within R1. So we appreciate all of those comments in terms of how to contemplate what the applicant has sought. It's not to say that staff or council are obliged to agree with what the applicant is seeking, and that's exactly why we're in this conversation this evening. But it is correct. You're correct that staff, using the information and their best expertise and their professional judgment, arrived at a conclusion. We're not, obviously, we've decided, as you heard from Mr. Mosher directly, that we would step back from any decision-making tonight, because we want to be very fair to all of you who have come, and ensure that we've heard all of the perspectives and have some time ourselves to really digest the information and perspectives.
Okay. So just for the record, I would be way more comfortable with the 2.5 acre.
Indeed. And we appreciate you sharing your view. Thank you very much. And I would say, colleagues, I have been very patient, and I know applause is a little bit atypical at meetings. So it's not really considered within sort of standard decorum. I know you're trying to express enthusiasm for your colleagues and your neighbors and your friends, and it's sometimes hard and scary and a little bit intimidating to come up. But typically we ask not for applause, only we want you to be supportive of your neighbors and friends if that's your appetite. It's just, it can feel a bit disruptive or disorienting. So I apologize that I didn't intervene earlier. I want you to be able to express yourselves in a free and open manner, but it's not something that we typically do at council meetings. So thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, just one more.
Yes.
Thing. If the decision's been delayed, do we get to come back and hear the decision, or?
Oh, there will be another meeting at which the recommendations of staff and thoughts and proposals from council members will be actively debated. And I think we're thinking about the timing for that. I don't think that's been determined. I think it'll take a couple of weeks. There are some constraints under the Planning Act for the period of time during which a decision needs to be reached. And Mr. Mosher, maybe you can fill us in on those timelines?
That's 90 days, Your Worship, under the Planning Act.
And those are calendar days, not business days, correct?
Correct, from the date the application is deemed complete.
Okay, and the application was deemed complete in this stage?
December 12th.
Okay, great. So December 12th, counting 90 days, is when, under the Ontario Planning Act, any applicant, we are required under provincial legislation to deliver a decision. while we're here, I think it is important to say that typically, if we were to reject a staff recommendation, the applicant does have the right to appeal under the Planning Act, and it is a complicated process whereby our planning staff who've recommended one thing and council, should they not align, defending that decision at a appeal tribunal that is provincially configured, it becomes challenging. It is often the case that where councils may not align with their staff who bring a lot of depth and professional expertise and judgment to the table, that appeals on the part of the developer are in fact upheld. So I offer this as a person and in this moment with all of you, and I'm sure council colleagues can say more. Sometimes the best we can do is work with our staff and with all of you to create the conditions for an acceptable way forward, where it's not necessarily an outright rejection, but it's more about how can we mitigate or really hear what you've said and make some accommodations or impose further restrictions that potentially can be supported by staff, which creates the conditions of potentially for there to be no appeal. But even then, there's no guarantee. So I just wanted to highlight that for you now, because we have been in situations where, sometimes naturally we're not going to see everything the same way, and in rare opportunities where this council and many other councils across Ontario may reject a staff recommendation, it is often reliably appealed, and it's rare. I would assert it's rare. I don't know if that's the right word, Mr. Mosher, but I think it's unusual or maybe not frequent that an appeal is rejected. Often the appeals are upheld. And the risk there is that the initial application is the one that prevails. So as opposed to being in a period of negotiation and working with our staff and considering what maybe I can characterize as a middle ground, we create vulnerability sometimes if we reject a recommendation coming from the expertise we have at the municipality. So these are important considerations. And when we get to that next meeting, I'm sure our staff always do a wonderful job of doing their best to notify everyone. You can certainly be present for that discussion. But I think I can assure you this evening that council and staff are taking all of the comments very, very seriously, and we appreciate that you're here on a dark winter's night at 10:21, patiently waiting for us to begin a public meeting that regrettably started later than we had hoped. Mr. Mosher or Ms. Martin, is there anything you'd like to add? I know I freelance there, just in terms of process.
No, Madam Mayor, we'll table a supplemental report and bring it back. And then
Indeed.
anybody who's reached out or received original notice, obviously will get the continued notice of when we would come back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. So Councillor Sullivan, and we're going to hit our curfew. So before I recognize the comments, I am looking for a mover and a seconder. We need a majority to agree to extend the meeting, because otherwise we time it at 10:30 and they turn the lights off. And I know we have staff who've waited now for over 3 hours to present their reports, and they're eager to cross the finish line on those. So if I could have a mover and a seconder to extend the time of the meeting. Thank you. Excellent. That's Councillor Sullivan and Deputy Mayor. Clerk, I know, Ms. Voss, you've suggested 11 p.m. Unfortunately, I'm not optimistic it will be 11. So at this point, I think we'll just extend beyond 10:30. Optimistic that we might be able to conclude before at 11, but recognizing we may be a few minutes over. Okay. So I have a mover and a seconder, so I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? All right, thank you. So just any other comments from the public at this stage of the game? Thank you. Well, thank you all for being here. And of course, I do want to extend our gratitude to our planning team. It is a very busy planning team. And as most of you noted, there's immense complexity to this file. So I know they work diligently and very, very hard to bring their best to the table. So we want to appreciate their work, but at the same time, appreciate that you've all come out tonight to give us your best. And that's most welcome. And it will, I have no doubt, inform how we actually discern on what will come of this application. So thank you. Councillor Sullivan, oh my goodness, I forgot. Councillor Sullivan, any other hands from council colleagues? Okay.
Thank you. I will be brief as I can.
Of course.
Thank you all for coming and sharing all of your thoughts and feelings. I've made lots of notes, and I really appreciate your passion towards your community. I love North Grenville. I don't want to live anywhere else. So, and I also love Burt's Rapids. I love your little community hall, and I love the tip-to-tip trail. And so I appreciate your passion. I have a question for the representative of the developer. Can you review for me or refresh my memory, how many acres is the proposed severed retained land for the potential development, please?
Hello. I might look to Phil to confirm this exact number for me. The entire parcel is 170 acres. I believe the parcel that's within the hamlet is about 50.
Yes.
50? Okay, thank you. So, and as it stands right now, you're looking at 22 homes on 50 acres. So even if they're 1 acre lots, there's still quite a bit of green space, natural space.
Yeah, and that would contain the EP area, the environmental protection area, the rural area, there's parkland, then obviously roads.
Okay. And so now my next question, I guess, would be for Deputy Director Mosher. How many homes are actually on the island part of Burt's Rapids? Oh, okay. Deputy Mayor knows. 38?
Well, through you, Madam Mayor, I believe Mr. Sobel indicated 36 earlier. So I don't know if I misheard that.
Okay. And how many acres is the island?
Do you want me to include the floodplain lands and the tip-to-tip?
Well, the whole thing, yeah, sure.
It'll just take me a second here.
Okay.
Mr. Mosher, it does an excellent job at making these on-the-fly calculations.
So when we do have limitations in what we can do based on the province in our ability to put restrictions or put requests that are more solid, more than just requests, but almost demands on what we can ask for a developer to do with respect to. Someone mentioned tree lines, and but we do have some restrictions on what we can do, ask for in terms of landscaping, et cetera. So I don't know how we can limit the size of the lots, the number of homes, and what landscaping we can require or request. But certainly the developer or the representative from the developer knows pretty clearly that we want lots of sightline, like all kinds of, you've heard all the requests and the limitations that people would want to make it fit in better with the neighborhood. So I'm not sure what our ability is to enforce that. So do you have the calculation?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's approximately 42 acres. It's a very rough approximation.
Okay.
Okay.
We accept that you did your best.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so this, if it stays with 22 houses, it's less dense than what the hamlet has right now, and it still has a significant amount of green space or open space, shall we say. And, but absolutely water protection, all those other things that everyone has mentioned this evening are very important, and I think absolutely need to be considered. So those were the questions I had and my comments, and thank you all again for coming and sharing your thoughts and your passion.
Thank you. And I'm quite confident staff will come back with some other considerations. And Mr. Moser, just in your estimation, are we looking at 4 weeks out for that report? And again, just conscious of the ticking clock, it's just so we can give those in the room some.
Yeah, we would try and bring it back for February 11.
February 11th. Okay, and we're January 13th. So at least you have a working date, and obviously notifications will be sent out to that effect. I should note that is the next meeting on February 11th a public meeting?
If it would not be a public meeting, this meeting would close it.
Yes.
If this were,
Right.
sorry, you received all the comments and then closed the public meeting, so it's not technically a public
On
meeting.
the 11th.
On the
right.
11th, that's correct.
Okay. But of course, council could hear some considerations from members of the public should they wish.
At the discretion of
Yeah.
the chair.
Indeed. Okay. Okay. I think you have a bit of a timeline for those who've come in to address us this evening. Deputy Mayor, is there anything else you'd like to add before we close the public meeting?
Well, my first question, I had an original question, but my first question is regarding closing the public meeting. Are we obliged to close the public meeting? This is a question to
The clerk. Ms. Boss.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, in response to Deputy Mayor's question, in concluding or adjourning this evening's meeting and calling the public meeting to a close, yes, the public meeting would close.
If we didn't call the public meeting to a close, but we adjourn the meeting, is the public meeting closed? Or is the meeting adjourned with sort of the hanging chad of the continuation of a public meeting?
This is the first time I've been asked this question. I would look to planning staff for their interpretation of the Planning Act, because
It's been a really long time, but if I have seen sometimes, and it's always typically in the event of like, it's an oversight or something incorrect occurred where public meeting's not closed. In those instances, it just prolongs notice requirements and every other thing. So my advice is to close the public meeting and not leave it open.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you to staff. Thank you for members of the public being here. But I do want to acknowledge the fact that throughout this whole meeting, we've had the developer's representative here. I'm sure she's been listening, and I hope she's been taking notes to go back to the applicant and is able to convey the feeling of the community to the property owner. She's nodding her head, so I take that as yes. Okay, thank you.
And we appreciate that, Ms. Clark, I will do that. But again, if this is a lower priority project for this particular developer, I make no assumption about who would develop this land ultimately, because the rezoning is not specific to a particular entity. Once the lands are rezoned, they remain rezoned for whoever uses the land, is my understanding, Mr. Mosher. If there's a transfer in ownership, the zoning that one land property owner has carries on with the new property owner. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you. Okay.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, but there is no scheduled meeting for February the 11th. So it would actually be February the 18th.
Okay. And should we want, just given the length of tonight's meeting, should we want to consider the addition of a meeting, we could reflect on that so that we don't necessarily get into the same situation as we were tonight?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. But one consideration, if I could have weigh in from the planning staff in regards to the 90 days, if December the 12th was the complete application, then it would be March 12th that would be. So we have January, February, March. So February the 18th would still keep us within the Planning Act guidelines. So, but again, absolutely, Madam Mayor, if it is council's will to change that date, if we are closing the public meeting, as long as we are notifying in regards to the date of that meeting, that would be acceptable.
Mr. Mosher?
Then it could come back on February 18, which is a regularly scheduled planning meeting in any event.
Indeed, I think let's look at what we need to address on that agenda and sort of maybe weigh our options accordingly. So, but thank you. I think you're hearing that there's a couple of dates at play. So we'll be ensured through our staff to inform you. If there are no other comments, then I think at the discretion of council, we'll close the meeting. Is that what the appetite to close the meeting? We are closing the public meeting. I don't think that requires a motion. Okay. All right. So the public meeting is closed. And with that, it concludes this section of the agenda. I know there's a couple of staff reports. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mosher, I apologize. We have one other public meeting. Yes. Okay. Excellent. But you're relieved of your duties. Thank you. Safe drive home. Thank you. Okay. So, Mr. Mosher, we'll just give a couple of minutes for folks to leave. Okay, Mr. Mosher, maybe we'll have you. Was I right to close the public meeting then? Because we were in a series of public meetings. I know, but I read a public meeting notice for all three, but we're effectively now in the public meeting for Dillabaugh. Okay, I defer to all of you. We will invite Mr. Mosher to hear ZBA 1325-508 Dillabaugh Road.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If we could go to the next slide, please. This subject application is similar to the other one that was for 810 Norton Road, result of a consent application. I don't have the file number for the concurrent consent application, but this is a condition of that application, and it's a surplus farm dwelling severance and requires that the farm lands that will not have the house be rezoned to prohibit residences. And that's the purpose and the effect of what would happen if these lands are rezoned to A2. Next slide, please. This is the subject sketch, so you can see it's quite a large lot. I believe it is over the 85-acre maximum that's specified within our zoning bylaw for the farm fields. And the lot is 2 acres and has enough frontage that doesn't require an exception. So in this case, it's just to straight R2 for the blue piece here, and the rest is left as R1. Next slide, please. A lovely pebbly decor for Councillor O'Sullivan that is mineral aggregate and agriculture, similar to the previous. Next slide, please. And then the zoning is agriculture at the top, rural at the bottom, and the whole property would be rezoned to A2, save and except for the house that's up at the road. Next slide, please. It's consistent with the PPS because it follows the policies for Section 433 for surplus farm severances. Next slide, please. And with the United Counties of Leeds and Grenville official plan for the same reason. Next slide, please. And with North Grenville's because the lot division exceeds the minimum sizes for farming as well as the leftover farmhouse. And this application does comply with MDS requirements and it will prohibit that dwelling. Next slide. These are the lands that would be zoned A2. That concludes my report, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Moser, just the severed land versus the remaining lands? What are the lot sizes again?
It's 2 acres for the house property and it's over 85 acres for the farmland.
Okay. And what we're saying is that the 85 acres must remain agricultural?
Gets rezoned to A2. The
Right.
A2, yes, it will stay as agriculture, but it prohibits a residence.
I see.
Mhm.
And why do we do that?
This is a requirement of the province. So I can give the history lesson, but it's a
No.
requirement of the province.
In order to protect and preserve farmland, correct? And the establishment of additional residential dwellings?
Which would impose additional restrictions on continued agricultural operations.
Yes, okay. Okay, so we're on the same page. Okay. If there are no other questions, then I will look for council colleagues. There is another question. Then we will look for consideration of the recommendation, which is that council adopts bylaw 0326, being a bylaw to prohibit residential uses at a portion of 508 Dillabaugh Road as a result of a farm surplus severance. Mover and seconder. Thank you, Councillor Strachian. And who can second it? Anybody? Councillor Wilson. I'm sorry, my peripheral vision is poor. Councillor Wilson, so I don't see you as often as I should. I would actually recommend that you and Councillor Strachian switch places in the future because I can't see all the way down the table. I apologize for any stress or distress, but I literally don't have the peripheral vision. So I am going to call the question. Oh, no, I'm going to ask a question. Mr. Mosher, who has asked, so the severance was initiated by the property owner, correct?
That is correct, Madam Mayor.
And does the remaining property, is there an intention for that property to switch hands, or we would have no idea? They're just looking to sever.
We don't know, but typically what happens is a farm operation purchases it, sells off the home once the farmland is consolidated with their agricultural holdings.
I see. Okay. So it's distinctly different from the situation we just debated for a couple of hours, where there was a severance, right? And
distinct.
Some active and some not. Okay. Okay, that's all I need to know. So I'm calling the vote. All in favor. Thank you. Okay, so I think with that, can we just defer moving the minutes until the next meeting? Okay, so we're going to leave that out. And we have, I think, 3 reports. We have several reports. So it's going to take us some time to get through them. Colleagues, I assume that you want to carry on with the Kemptville Union Cemetery update. Ms. Boss, I don't know how long you expect that to take.
I will attempt to be concise and brief. The Kemptville Union Cemetery update was provided to support the pre-budget requests that are in the next report that the CAO will be bringing forward. It is a response to direction received from Council in September 2024 related to the cemetery services and modernizing our cemetery services at the Kemptville United Cemeteries and potentially other locations. Key findings from my time here and my review of cemetery operations are that our fees are outdated. The 2025 columbarium was not constructed, and then the budget that was passed for that has not been spent, and it was insufficient for the intended design of the columbarium that was proposed. And that there should be a focus on long-term planning to support modern interment options and financial sustainability of cemetery operations. I would be happy to address any questions related to the report and the path forward, knowing that the pre-budget approvals for capital requests are in the subsequent report.
Okay, colleagues, I think we're happy to see this come forward. Deputy Mayor?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the clerk, can you briefly summarize why we were deficient in 2025 to allocate, in terms of allocating? I think you've explained to me, but it'd be good to have it on the public record. Thanks.
Yes, for clarification, the 2025 capital request was for $35,000. Based on the images that were presented of the center cylindrical shape with small units to the side of it, it would be an insufficient amount to get to that main centerpiece, the 72 unit niche, as well as completing the necessary landscaping, paths, and accessibility features that need to come with getting the site prepared for a columbarium at the Kemptville Cemetery.
Any other comments or questions? I think we're pleased to see that things are moving in the right direction. So that's encouraging. It's been a long time coming, but thank you. If there are no other questions, then certainly I'll look for a mover and a seconder, colleagues, that council receive report CAO 2026-002, Kemptville Union Cemetery update for information purposes. Councillor Sullivan, would you like to move this? Thank you. And if I'm missing hands, please just wave at me. And the seconder, Deputy Mayor, thank you. And if everyone's satisfied with the report as presented, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Thank you. So that carries. So now we'll go on to pre-budget requests. The list is certainly before us. CEO Dunlop, I'm not sure what you'd like to say at this stage.
I have very brief and very quick comments in regards to the report. So basically, the purpose of the report is to provide a background on some projects that would benefit from early approval, as the 2026 budget is not expected to have budget deliberations and passing until late March. There are 10 projects identified with a total value of $1.230 million, which is a small portion of an annual capital program. If the projects are approved this evening, procurement could proceed and be included in the 2026 budget. All projects have justification sheets attached, and the department directors are here to answer any questions should that be necessary. That completes my report.
Thank you. Questions, colleagues? I did want to ask the chief, just in casual conversation, had briefly highlighted the tremendous value in the replacement of the EPS fleet one-ton pickup. I think amongst the bunker gear, Chief, do you want to just speak to the EPS fleet one-ton pickup?
So yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, the one-ton pickup will be used for two main purposes. One, to carry the forestry equipment for wildland firefighting, which we saw last year was a huge, with climate change, trying to deal with all that. We're trying to get we've been trying for many years actually to get a unit that would do that purpose, pull the wildland trailer as well as equipment. In the wintertime, also serve as our ice water rescue truck as well, and house that equipment as well. The truck that we have now, that's been moved around a few times, is 35 years old, large truck, and is a standard kind of a truck transmission to try and shift, which limits the people that want to drive it by many ways. So, you know, I think this would facilitate that. It would also allow us with the extended cab to put more members into the vehicle. It'll have a rollout unit with equipment storage in the back, so we could roll out, make for quick deployment of all resources. Four-wheel drive will allow us to get into those, as we talked about the Ferguson Forest, getting into these trails. So definitely a purpose-built vehicle. And by getting the pre-approval would allow us to procure this vehicle in a timely fashion, so hopefully align with the summertime, so that we can get it deployed, you know, when it's needed in this summer during the dry season. So if the other projects there, as far as the hoses and nozzles, you can refer to the justification sheet, but basically, we're looking to get these procured. So again, it takes 3 to 6 months to get these products. A lot of these nozzles that we're using now have been on there as long as I have, and that's way too long. So that's what we're looking to do there. And I think that was it. And bunker gear, it's just what we're doing is looking to, allow our staff to have spare bunker gear because of the amount of calls we're doing. As you know, we just nipped the 500 calls this year, which is a new high for us. So due to the call volume and hiring some more volunteers, obviously, hopefully this year, with your approval, we'll be doing that as well. So we just need more bunker gear as well. So that's a project. Your typical turnaround on bunker gear is about 6 months. So this would allow us to get into ordering in Q1 versus Q2.
Right.
Yeah.
And what's the lifespan of bunker gear typically?
It's a 10-year.
10 years?
Yeah, 10 years. We have some for spare now, but just with what we're finding is we don't have enough spare gear. So when we have a fire or an event, we're scrambling to try and find gear to put back on the guys. So what we do is if we see gear is almost, it's got a few more years left, if we replace that with new gear, we can put that for spare gear and it's still compliant. So, yeah.
Yeah, the last thing you want is to be scrambling for gear.
Well, exactly. And what we're finding now is when we go out on a call, it's sometimes 2 and 3 calls at the same time. So when we get back, that's great. But then we might, I've been at the dryer and the washing machines putting gear in and we get another fire. So now what do you do? So you're just scrambling, right? So it's just a growth component that we're trying to deal with. But again, it's something that's very needed.
Certainly sounds like it. So thank you for bringing it to our attention. Because as you say, if it's a 6-month timeline to even secure the gear, you need to get on it sooner rather than later. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, great. All right. Any other questions, colleagues? I see Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to the CAO. I note that these are nice round figures that add up to a scary round figure. And just I wondered if you could characterize I guess they're estimates. What are we looking at in terms of how close they might be to the real thing? I know it hasn't gone out to tender, but we arrived at these figures somehow.
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, we use industry standards for things such as the design for the County Road 19. Industry standard would be a percentage of what the typical construction costs would be for the installation. We go out, we talk to providers, but yes, the tenders will dictate the final costs. Of course, anything over $50,000 has to come back to this table, but they would be classified as a Class D estimate, which is typically a give or take 40%, but we try to keep them as tight as we can to what we anticipate the tender to be.
Thank you for that information, but just to clarify, so anything that comes back, a quote or an estimate from a contractor or supplier over $50,000, it would come to council for approval, correct?
Through you, Worship, yes, in accordance with the procurement bylaw for the municipality, there is no delegated authority over the 50,000. It has to rise back to the council table.
Thank you. Other questions, colleagues? Just quickly, we have Mr. Finley and Ms. Torch here. Just in terms of the proposed construction of the sidewalk on Clothier Street East, $450,000 estimated. Can you underline for me what, perhaps the number strikes me as high, but it's fairly standard for the length of sidewalk being proposed? I know you have a kind of standard number for what it takes per inch or whatever the terminology is. Can you just fill me in on how you got to 415?
Thank you for the question, Madam Mayor. That price actually comes from a cost estimate from our consultant who's doing the design.
Okay.
Some of the increase in cost is this section of Clothier Street is a bit of a rural design. There's an open ditch concept. So once we put the sidewalk in, we actually have to do some stormwater adjustments. So that's adding some cost. We've also looked at excuse me, the pedestrian crossing at James Street and Clothier, and some additional items there are also adding to that cost above what a normal sidewalk straight length would be. So it's some of those adjustments that are adding to that cost.
Do you know the approximate length, rather, of the crosswalk? It would be in excess of 1 kilometer, correct? Or thereabouts? No?
No, we're only looking at a couple blocks, only a few
Couple
meters.
blocks.
I can get a measurement for you though.
300 meters. So 300 meters of sidewalk is costing $415,000. Okay. Owing to drainage and some other,
Correct, yes. It's not just, not just the sidewalk, but
Great.
the pedestrian crossing.
and the crossing as well, which would be then a controlled crossing, I presume?
We're currently what's being looked at that point is one of our pedestrian crossings, level C, I believe. So we've got the lights, the flashing lights, and also looking at raising the crosswalk as well. So there's some additional pieces to that.
Indeed, okay. And will the attention to drainage in that area ultimately improve the drainage? Or is it just being reconfigured because of the sidewalk?
We're looking to reconfigure it. It should improve it as well, but it'll reconfigure because of that open ditch. The sidewalk basically has to go on top or near that open ditch. So it's just changing how how we can actually still accommodate all the drainage. We will have some improvements as well.
Okay, thank you. And then just quickly, Ms. Torch, of course, we see that you have the geotech for the proposed sports dome and the 100,000 for the completion of a Parks and Rec master plan. I know that's an approximation to launch, I guess, 2.0 of North Grenville's Parks and Rec master plan. Is that correct? Okay. Oh, no, just use mics. Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Sorry, so it's just both an approximation for both of those. Madam Mayor, thank you for the question. I got distracted now that my mic went off. Can you just please?
Park and Rec master plan, typically about $100,000?
Yeah, so I reached out to a lot of my Parks and Recreation colleagues throughout Eastern Ontario within similar community growth, and that's primarily where everyone sat for a really good completed Parks and Rec master plan.
I only asked the question because I think when we did our first one in 2019, the costs were closer to 50,000, but I presume with time and inflation, among other things, those costs escalate.
They have, thank you, Madam Mayor, for your question. They have significantly increased, and the type of 2.0 Parks and Rec master plan that we're looking for does consist of a little bit more work, and especially as we're continuing to grow, we need to, beef up the Parks and Rec master plan to get what we really need for this growing community.
For sure. Okay, thank you so much. If there are no other questions, then, colleagues, I will look for a mover and a seconder. I'll need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Wilson? Would anyone like to move? Councillor Strachan and Councillor Sullivan. Okay. So with that, the motion is that council directs staff to commence a procurement process in advance of the 2026 budget deliberations for the project listed above. Projects, we should say, listed above. I'm assuming that I can call the vote. All in favor? Okay, that carries. Okay, next OP review update. Ms. Martin.
Thank you. I will be extremely brief. As council recalls, back in November, at our November 25th, 2025 council meeting, we brought our What We Heard report, and there were some additional requests from council in regards to some additional consultation. I have some recommendations before council this evening in regards to the cost of adding one additional consultation meeting within 1 week of the statutory open house at a cost of just over $3,700. In discussions with Dillon Consulting, they also put pricing together as an option should council wish. for some promotional videos that would be prepared and advertised ahead of these meetings to encourage public participation and explain the process. And that came in just over at $17,750. That is not a requirement, but if it is something that council desires, it is there for you to consider. It is one of the 4 recommendations before you this evening. And should you wish not to consider it, you could have that part of the recommendation removed. So again, the videos would be to provide an explanation on the process and encourage participation. As part of the report, staff have identified a tentative date of March 4th, which is a Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. for the statutory public open house. We would need a resolution of council to establish that as a special meeting, as that is not a regular council or regular planning council meeting. And it would be intended that that 1-hour session, which would be a hybrid meeting, would be held the following Tuesday on March 10th at 6:30 p.m. And again, both meetings would be hybrid to allow for participation. We did keep in mind the March break, which is later this year, so that we weren't scheduling anything over that period. There is a dedicated council meeting tomorrow evening, as intended as a workshop for council to provide their input on the official plan. And it has also been identified in 4 advisory committees that the official plan review is part of their enhanced work plans. And to that end, I will be attending those meetings in the future when the policy document is made public. Staff have reviewed a first draft to provide them with some guidance, which sections might pertain more to their committee's interest, and to solicit feedback and how that feedback can be provided. I'm happy to take any questions from council on this, but the recommendations are there before you. The video option is completely optional. It was just put out there as if it's nice to have, if it's something council would like to see, but we also don't have to do the video option. There is a cost. We have also revised and pushed out our timeline for the official plan and looking at a May adoption before council. And that concludes my report. If there are any questions.
Colleagues, other questions?
So you're asking for direction on what you want us to do with respect to whether or not we want to do the video, as well as to promote the hybrid meeting? Because I think I'm in favor of the hybrid meeting, the additional meeting. I don't think I'm not in favor of the extra $18,000 for a video for promoting it. I think we can promote it in-house without spending that money.
Other comments or questions, Councillor Strachan?
Thank you. Through Madam Mayor to Director of Planning. I'm in agreement with Councillor O'Sullivan that I don't think the videos at this stage of the game are necessarily going to be that we would necessarily get good value for the money, and we have many other mechanisms to promote, and we just need to double down on that effort. So that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
My question would be, does, and this is, I guess, to Ms. Dunlop, does staff have internal capacity and budget to actually promote? I know there have been different ways of promoting the public meetings, but clearly this one is critically important, as are subsequent meetings where council may be deliberating over the official plan alongside staff. So what is the capacity to actually promote from an internal perspective?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Absolutely. The Communications Department and the Planning Department can discuss a bumped up communication plan to make sure that people are aware of the additional hybrid consultation should council pass it this evening.
But I guess, Ms. Dunlop, my question is, what if the communications team, limited as it is, says they don't have that capacity?
They would have the capacity to promote a meeting.
Right, but it's promoting a meeting over multiple channels, right? So,
That is
but we're taking a video off the table. Is that what I understand to be the case then?
Yes.
Right, so there is no capacity for a video.
I would not think at this point in time in history that we would have the resources to do the promotional video.
Okay, so council, that's what you're up against now. Let me ask, things like radio ads, print ads in our local papers, not just social media posts that we understand don't reach a significant proportion of the community, are all the other available media, ones that our communications team can promote fairly robustly.
Thank you for the question, Madam Mayor. I would have to check what available resources there are available from a fund perspective. We have been using print, radio, and our social media avenues to promote many different things this year. We have substantially increased the budget as council approved, the County Road 43 additional funds. So I would have to see what funds are available to make sure that it is robust as you may hope for both radio and print.
I guess I'm only asking these questions because it would be regrettable if the limitation on even our own internal efforts to promote was budget. So if you believe that there's insufficient budget, then I think we could consider a bump up in the budget for our own internal promotions versus obviously the outsourcing of a video. So that's fundamentally the question. I think you have some operational discretion to some extent, but I know to your point, Comms has certainly been leveraging various other opportunities to promote a number of different initiatives. So I just want to be confident that for this particular purpose, where we're adopting effectively a master plan for the community for the next decade that I think looks notably different from the previous one, that there is sufficient resources to promote, even if we're using our own internal capacity to do so.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our own internal resources for the communications, the social media side, if we are looking at a March 4th and 11th specific meetings, we can promote those with approximately an additional $1,700 for 2 quarter-page ads in the local paper, plus running a month of radio ads. So if that is something that council's consideration, we can always add it in as a direction as part of this report.
Okay, as long as you are confident the resources exist to expend the dollars on our local media, that's what I was looking for. So, okay, Council, anything else in regards to this report? Go ahead.
I think I'm speaking for myself, but I think my council colleagues would agree that we'll promote anything that the municipality produces through our own channels aggressively.
I think my concern is more that I know we have a heavy reliance on social media, but to Ms. Dunlap's point, it has been supplemented in recent months with print and radio, and I think any and all channels are good, especially when we're trying to ensure that the public is engaged in such a critically important exercise. So I've heard enough to be reassured that the budget exists for that, and I'm sure Ms. Dunlap can come to the table again if for some reason she needs more. So I'm satisfied with the discussion. I think the only other question I have is why March 4th? And I'll actually go to Councillor Strachan before I ask my final question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a simple statement to the CAO. I think leveraging also having posters up in community spaces within the community at large, not just within Kemptville, would be helpful to get people's attention as well. So those are low cost, low threat kind of ways of attacking this particular issue.
Very good point. And that, can I just ask Ms. Martin why March 4th was chosen in particular?
Thank you, Your Worship, for the question. So when staff were reviewing all of our committee meetings and council meetings, we decided that a special meeting outside of a regular council meeting was justified for the official plan, just given the significance of the document. And there are very limited days available within the council schedule and the committee schedule in which there could be an evening available to hold that meeting that didn't conflict with another meeting. So that was the intent of that. And then we followed within that week to ensure we had another evening that wasn't the same night of the week for that hybrid. we're cognizant of the fact that we're trying to, this process has been ongoing. It started in July of last year. We don't want it to drag on too long to the point where, people lose interest. So we tried to pick a time where, it logically made sense without drawing this out into the summer months.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Okay, just want to make sure I'm not missing anyone. March 4th. Okay, so I'll look for a mover and a seconder then. Oh, and I guess it's an amended motion because we've taken the last item off the table, which is the additional money specifically for the video. So mover and a seconder, please. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Strahan, thank you. All right, and I'm going to call the question. All in favor? I would like to suggest, with your indulgence, colleagues, that we not entertain correspondence or the notice of motion unless, Councillor Strahan, you feel strongly about bringing that to the table today, in which case it is your right to do so.
No, I'm fine with that, Madam Mayor. I don't think it's a lengthy discussion, but if we would like to reserve that, then I'm comfortable with that as well.
Okay, thanks. All right, so I think that brings us to our confirmation bylaw. So I'll look for a mover and a seconder for our confirmation bylaw. All right, I will take Councillor O'Sullivan and Deputy Mayor calling the question. All in favor? That carries. And then finally adjournment at 11:08. Who would like to do adjournment? Councillor Wilson and Councillor Strahan, can I ask you to indulge? All right, we're calling the question. All in favor? All right, meeting is adjourned.